Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. Walking roads, slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise. On his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
Welcome to another episode of the LANCESCURV show. This one came quick. We didn't have to wait too long for it. Brother Zamal Tamaray with part 2 of Resident Alien and the Reptilian Next Door. He got down on that one. I mean, that was like a doggy bag that you didn't even want to have. And I'm going to welcome you in, my brother. And I'm going to shut up real quick because they came here to see you, brother. We have 106 people in the room already. And that's not counting the others who may be here or there, everywhere, viewing from another platform. So I just want to welcome you in. You know, this is your home. You're not a guest, your family. And I'm just waiting to hear what you have to. Everybody here is waiting to hear what you have to say, brother. Brother Zamal, you're live. Where did he go? I hope he didn't get cut off. Let me check. Yeah, I think he got cut off. Oh no, he's still here. Okay, here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, good. Sorry about that.
No problem, brother. I was going to have to come and look for you.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a little echo in the back. If you can turn your computer down or whatever device you have on, we can hear it in the back. So now we're smooth sailing. Once you do that, we're good.
There's an echo on.
Coming from your side. Okay. Yeah.
How is that now?
It's good. It's good.
Good. Okay, yeah, I'm glad to be here once again. Hello to the GBF, and I hope first before I even get started, I needed to handle a couple of loose ends and do a little, I guess, what you would want to call housekeeping.
Yes, and let me remind you again. I'm gonna mute myself because of the noise over here, but the sound will be good. When you hear me come in, you know the sound jacked up, but everything's good so far.
If at any point the sound quality is not good, please let me know. So
of course, I have the headphones on. I'm multitasking and have a little noise over here, so I don't want to mess up your flow.
Okay. So hello once again, everybody. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be here. I apologize I couldn't finish it before, but the time constraint and also my vocal cord constraint. I had a issue with my vocal cords, but anyway. I was just looking at some of the comments. Somebody said I'm a master teacher. I'm a master at being curious, and I'm a master. I don't even consider myself to be a master student. I'm a lifelong student,
which is a precursor for being a master teacher, because you're always going to have a curiosity, and you share willingly and freely what you have. We have other teachers out here who get to a certain point that are arrogant, but you're forever curious, and you have the curiosity. You're not a child, but you have that fresh curiosity to always question stuff. So you are a master teacher, but you're also a student, and you're also very curious. So that makes a good presentation. Let me just mute myself again. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, I'm just trying to be the very best student that I can be. And I know that when you hang around masters, you will become some of that, I guess, that master's touch will rub off on you. And you hang around very intelligent people, you won't, you'll be a mirror of what those people are, or a reflection in some way. Just like a lot of people in the Nation of Islam, sharp brothers in the Nation of Islam, those guys are, look at what the minister and what Elijah Muhammad have produced. But anyway, in reference to that, I just wanted to say that, I don't consider myself to be a master teacher. I know people use that title, and that's fine. And I appreciate the accolades, but I'm just a regular guy trying to find my way and trying to uplift my people as best I possibly can with the limited skill set that I have. And I think probably my biggest skill set would be my big mouth, Now, in reference to housekeeping and a couple of loose ends, just looking at some of the comments, Magdella mentioned, she said that she loved my talk and she loved me. I love you too, Magdella. Some people, Magdella also mentioned in her presentation, she apologized for the Ethiopian brother that for his ignorance. Well, there's no reason for you to apologize, Magdella, because there's just as many ignorant Black Americans, African Americans, whatever you want to call them here in America, as there are, I guess, ignorant people in other lands. So, I'm just sad to see when I see all Africans walk past each other, for example, on the street. You'll see an Ethiopian walk down the street, go past a Nigerian, or a Nigerian walk past a Somali, or Somali walk past, someone from Tanzania, and they look at each other as if they're like a different species, or even a different breed. And the first thing that's paramount in importance to them seems to be, what tribe are you from? And that is important, but I think that just further divides us when people obsess so much over tribes versus the bigger picture. And that tribal mindset is just something that's keeping Africa hamstrung as a nation, as the consolidated nation that it should, or ultimately will be. And that's just delaying Africa's progress. So let's see what else. Someone was asking how we changed from a reptile to what we are now. They can't really see or make the leap, the mental leap, to see how we changed from what we were to what we are now, or how we changed from being a fish-like, or how we changed from being I guess, an amphibious type of being. Well, you can see the changes in the gestation period in the female. When the female has her different gestation periods, and you can see the different changes in the fetus. It's just a question of changing and development. That's a normal process of life. But that's what this part 2 is for, to just tie up that and give you some additional insight into that. So, and I also want to apologize for the topic change at the end of my talk last week. I know someone, they enjoyed the presentation, but they didn't like the fact that it kind of, I guess, maybe degenerated into a different topic. And so usually when I do a talk, I try to stay on topic, because I want people to, I just think it's better to package it that way. But for some reason, after 5 and some number of odd hours, my throat was really, it was just shot, and it was so sore that I could barely speak. So I kind of wanted to just ride the rest of the time out that I was on the presentation, because normally I like I said, I like to stick to a certain topic, but my throat, my vocal cords were just worn. So so we kind of talked about, and the same brother mentioned that, he didn't like that we started talking about our experiences in bodybuilding, not so much the bodybuilding part, but me or, you know, you and I knocking out these guys, you know, when they would put their hands on us. Not that, and I just wanted to make a point that I wasn't trying to, you know, be macho or trying to bond, as he mentioned in the chat. But the whole point was to change the topic, to make it something to go into or to segue into lighter fare, and not to show how macho I am, because, like I mentioned, I didn't get any pleasure from knocking people out. I didn't get any pleasure from that whatsoever. However, if you're a heterosexual male and you like women, and guys are attracted to you and they put their hands on you, then you can probably already know what the outcome is going to be with that type of situation. So, let's see. Another person had a question about, I guess they said that with today's technology, we should have 100% proof that these cryptids exist. And in fact, we do have proof. And actually, I showed you some proof, some genetic proof, in a prior talk that I did. It was not a lot of proof, but it was enough for you to see. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. And when it comes to proof, you have to understand you have to understand a lot of different disciplines to really know what's going on this planet, because you have to understand, you have to know, as an example, that the Smithsonian Institution, for example, they often intercept a lot of these findings with these cryptids because they want to maintain the educational status quo. They want to be the ones or the go-to people that monopolize information, and they don't want anything to exist outside of that. They're actually fanatical about it, and they obsess over that. So if you know anything about the Smithsonian Institution, you'll know that many people have reported that when they have turned information and findings and relics and genetic information, bones, remains, physical evidence over to them, they have, they lost it. Or they supposedly, they don't know what happened to it. And I did read about some people that work for the Smithsonian that came out later, and they said that a lot of those artifacts and smoking gun type of genetic proofs that they did have or found, or that were given to them, or that were retrieved by them, they actually they would discard it, or they would even throw it into the sea, to basically bury the information. So that's one of the reasons why you don't see that type of thing. And that comment would presuppose that we live in a world run by people that are totally honest. If they were totally honest, we wouldn't even have this platform and similar ones to it, and we wouldn't have to basically do what we're doing in terms of unearthing the true history of this planet and the true history of ourselves even. So, okay, let's see. Somebody mentioned horror movies. They like to watch horror movies like The Exorcist, for example. When you watch those types of movies, I know The Exorcist, as an example, when my sister watched that movie, she said that she actually couldn't sleep for 2 weeks. And when I found out what they did with that movie, I found out that they inserted a lot of things to purposely throw people off of their square mentally and psychologically. Like The Exorcist, for example, they included a lot of a soundtrack in The Exorcist, that horror movie, of actual pigs being slaughtered. So they had pig squeals. They had other types of sounds, occultic type sounds, and they just mixed it all together, and they caused a lot of people to have nightmares. So what you don't know when you're watching those types of movies is that you're opening up a portal to, and you're allowing certain entities, you're allowing your vibrational level to drop, and you're allowing certain entities in, even when you do things like use a Ouija board. But that's I just wanted to make a quick comment about that. And someone wanted to know also, do pastors know this information? Well, all pastors don't know this information. Some of them are just as ignorant as the flock that they are supposedly leading. You know, some of them are just hillbillies, if you want to use it, you know, if I can use that term. They don't know squat. You know, most of them know nothing about, you know, this information. But then again, this is beginning to change because of, you know, platforms like this. And, you know, because the information is circulating through the public. So that's what I wanted to say about that. Then there was another brother. Someone mentioned Dr. David Blair. I knew Dr. David Blair personally. He would always refer to me by my last name whenever I would give him a call on the phone. Sometimes we would drive up to Chicago or to the suburb that he was in, and we would actually sit with him and attend his lectures. And a good, very, very nice person. I was sad to know that he passed away. And I know for a fact that he was actually reading Dr. York's books because, how do I know? Because I was there and I saw a copy of the Holy Tablets in his book collection. I was just surprised that he never mentioned that. And then there was a brother, Chiamaka Nwan Riaku, says he knows a lot about reptilians. That's nice. I would like to know what you know. And he put that in the chat. And then there was, I also want to mention that people on this platform know me to be a pretty open-minded type of guy. You know, I'm so open-minded that, and this is in reference to a brother actually came, he made a comment. I think his name was, his name was Supreme 7. And obviously he's in the Nation of Islam. And I want to say that to him, you know, I have the utmost respect for the minister and Elijah Muhammad, you know. But this brother told me in the chat to get some substance and go listen to the minister because he did not see how this reptilian stuff is helping blacks. Well, you're not supposed to know how it's helping blacks because, as I mentioned in the prior talk, I didn't complete what I started. So now, if you know, after you give me, you know, after you get all the goods and you don't see the value of what I provide, then I would just advise you to not worry about it and don't waste your time. You know, I don't want to waste undesired words on you, but you know, people like, and I'm so open-minded that I would be willing to listen to you, brother Supreme 7. I'll be willing to listen to you do a show on the merits of your suggestion. You know, I know many people from the Nation of Islam, and as I mentioned, they tend to be a very eloquent group of people. And I would, you know, imagine that with your powerful, you know, name as powerful as yours, Supreme 7, that you would be as eloquent or equally as eloquent and persuasive as they are. So, you know, what I would like to see, again, is you to make a presentation. And if after your presentation, you know, I'll use my own personal discernment and I'll weigh everything up and I'll give you my decision. But these are the conditions. First, I'd like to know if you can explain to me how the Nation of Islam will protect black people from proposed mandatory vaccinations, because that's what their end game is. Is the Nation of Islam able to protect the black masses from a proposed mandatory vaccination? Is the Nation of Islam a religious organization, or are they in fact a true nation state, as I'm a part of? You know, is that, you know, why the Nation of Islam had to close during this so-called pandemic? They had to close their doors just like everybody else. And if they are a religion, then that means that they fall under the corporate jurisdiction of the corporate United States, which means that they are a subsidiary of the United States and that they are an asset of the United States. And that would mean that you guys would have to take those vaccinations. I'm just putting it out there. I would also like to know, Supreme 7, in 1957, Elijah Muhammad wrote a book called The Supreme Wisdom. I'd like to know if you've ever read that book. If you can explain to me the passage in the book written by Elijah Muhammad about when he said that the Quran and the Bible would expire. He said that they would give way to a new book. And he also mentioned, even the minister mentioned, that he said that if I cannot surpass my teacher, then what am I doing? He said this in a lecture. So has the minister surpassed Elijah Muhammad? And again, I'm all ears. I'm willing to hear exactly what you have to say about that. And then when it comes to the minister or Elijah Muhammad said that our history is actually renewed every 25,000 years. Now, as I mentioned, the minister is a very outstanding man, but he has he translated, has he transcribed, and has he transliterated the Christian Bible? Has he translated, transcribed, and transliterated the Old Testament? Has he done the same for the New Testament? Has he translated or transcribed or translated the Quran? The answer is no. Not to that's a slight, but that's not his job. And it wasn't even Elijah Muhammad's job to do that. You know, and that's a fact. But Malachi Z. York did all those things and more. And I don't know if you've ever heard a speech that Elijah did with, I think it was a Mike Wallace show, where he did mention that there would be someone that would come after him that would write all these books and have all this information. And he said that he was even mentioned that he was receiving a vision of this man, but he did not know his name. But he did mention that he is amongst us right now. And he even gave us the symbol that you should look for when this man would come along. And the symbol that he used is the same symbol used by Malachi Z. York. So I just wanted to say that, you know, if you can bring that information and provide that information, I'd love to hear what you have to say about that. Like I say, I do have the greatest respect for the minister, and it does pain me to know that he has these health issues now. I know when he got that chemotherapy done, not only did the medicine, so-called medicine, well, I would say poison that they gave him, administered to him, not only gave him, it eliminated the issue that he had, but it's actually crippling him as we speak. So, you know, if I saw him in the wheelchair personally, I wouldn't be very happy. I wouldn't even want to see such a sight. So if you can do those things for me, brother, I'd be more than happy to listen and, you know, hear what you have to say about those and what your response would be. And then, of course, there was another person that issued, he had a charge of plagiarism. He says that Malachi Z. York plagiarizes his books. And that's kind of, what is it? What can I say about that? That's kind of a blanket statement. He's written many, many books. And my question is this: has your mom ever told you? Has she ever told you an untruth or an outright lie, but it was actually for your own good? And when people make those types of claims, they really don't understand the methodology of this teacher that we have in our midst. It's like a child complaining that, you know, that they grew based on what their mom or the advice that their mom imparted to them, but they grew and they developed in advance, but they complained that you, quote unquote, cheated me into developing into the person that I am. I can say for a fact that one thing that he has done is cheated in terms of getting us to develop into the people that we are, into what we, into resurrecting from the mummified state that we're in. Example, for many years, he taught that some of those people in the Bible, those characters, you know, Noah, Samson, Delilah, Adam, Eve, he taught that all these people were black, and he gave us black images. Was that a lie? Well, it turns out it wasn't true. So why did he do that? So you have to understand, again, the methodology of this teacher. Here he is dealing with a group of people that are damaged psychological goods, who have very low, a low sense of self, very low racial self-esteem, and he wants to build those people up. So what do? That's what he did, and that's why he did that. Same thing with the plagiarism charge. You know, there have been some things that I like I mentioned before, I'm pretty widely read. I've read many, many books, and one of the titles of the master teacher is that he is a reformer. and a reformer or a renewer. A renewer is a person that comes along and reforms, corrects erroneous information, adds to it, improves it, and that's what he's done. You can read, for example, Zecharia Sitchin's teachings, or some of these other books that people said that he plagiarized from, and you'll see some similar information to a point, because the information is constantly progressing and getting higher, going higher and higher to a point that they can't even follow. But it's constantly progressing, and he may use certain things to as a means of assisting us in and aiding us in growing and developing. But what type of person plagiarizes other books and then tells you to read those same books? That person obviously doesn't have anything to hide, because that's exactly what he did. The books that he told us to read were the very same books that these people charged that he was using and plagiarizing. So that's what I wanted to say about that. And the information that you have heard, even if you read Zecharia Sitchin's books, you still won't get the information in the way that I gave it. Not that I'm anybody special, but like I said, when you have someone that comes and reforms and corrects and upgrades and enhances the teachings that are already out there, he has taken a mass of information, a mass of seemingly disconnected information, and married that information into a relevant or a coherent whole. So, and I guess that's all I wanted to do in terms of the housekeeping. But thanks for all the comments. And hopefully this transmission is clear so far. So I want to get started and kind of recap what we did before and take you guys where we want to go and finish this up. I think what we talked about before were 2 points. Number one, we talked about different incidences or encounters or stories, basically about reptilians. We talked about contemporary stories, and we dealt with ancient stories. And now what I want to do is kind of give you some additional information. And I think we also got into some physical evidence. And now I want to kind of complete this by giving you guys some more physical evidence. And I think I'll start by giving you some additional information about the Meldekians. We talked about the Meldekians before. So before I get started, Lance, am I clear? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother.
Okay, good.
All right.
Good. So I want to go with the Meldekians. I think I listed one of and this reminds me, another person was saying that I wasn't providing the sources of the information that I'm reading from. And if you guys know anything about me, ever since I've been on this platform, I've always given you guys a list, a bibliography list of books, because I want you guys to know what I know. I want us to all be on the same page. I'm not trying to hoard any information, because otherwise I'd be wasting my time and your time too. But that's really what I want to do. I want you guys to have all the information, and you can make your own decisions. But what I want to do is get into some additional stories about these Meldekians. The Meldekians, as you remember, were the ones that crashed down from the planet that we talked about, planet Meldek. Planet Meldek was that planet, is the planet that the scientists refer to as the lost planet, the planet that was once in our solar system. And when you look in the solar system, you'll see what they call the asteroid belt moving in a counterclockwise motion to the motion of the planets, because that asteroid belt was really like a natural part of the formation of the solar system, and the movement of the planets, it would move in the same direction as those planets. So that lets you know right there that something did transpire. And the scientists know, based on the mathematics that they have performed, and based on the way the planets rotate and based on those asteroids, that there was in fact another planet there. So that's why they even referred to it as the lost planet. So what I want to do is provide some additional information about these Meldekians, and then provide you more information on physical evidence that shows who you are, what you are, and how you came to be what you are. So this is from the Black Book I mentioned before, I think I mentioned that he had 2 black books, part 1, part 2. This is from part 1 of the black book. And a lot of the books that he writes are just question and answer. Like I mentioned, or I don't know if I mentioned before, for 50 years, he set up a forum where all people would do is just ask him questions. These people could be from all walks of life. They could be the low-born, the high-born. They could be, quote-unquote, uneducated, blue-collar. They could be educated, so-called, or PhD degree, advanced degree. And not once has he ever tripped up with an answer to a question. And he's always come through with very, very intricate and detailed answers to these questions. So this book is a book of quick Q&A. So the first question that was asked was, so beings who lived on other planets and maybe even other star systems came here, or someone's asking the question, did they come here? And the answer is absolutely. This planet was being visited by for millions of years by higher intelligence, some which decided to colonize and set up their home here in the seas while the planet was still undeveloped for your form of life. Question. Where did they dwell? Some made the deep, dark seas of this planet home. One such place has recently been discovered and was located in the Atlantic Ocean in the area called the Bermuda Triangle or the Angel's Triangle. Question. What species, if you can call them that, were they? Answer. They were called the Meldekians or the troglodytes from the planet Meldek or Vulcan, a planet that astronomers have recently verified that used to pass through this solar system. NASA has it logged and photographed. That'd be a nice photograph to see. Next question. What gender dominated the species? Answer. The male and female of the Meldekian species were both asexual and had the ability to procreate, just as many reptiles do today. Question. Can you name one? Yes. The salamander, the newt, the whiptail, lizards, and many others. All those can reproduce asexually, or I guess you can say parthenogenetically, as I described in great detail in the series, the 5-part series I did that showed how women are able to reproduce on their own and how they did that in the past, and how they also were in a rulership position, holding the reins of power as the original hegemons of planet Earth. And incidentally, when he came out with that information, I probably mentioned this before, a lot of guys that were part of the organization, they didn't like that. They wanted to be the masters of the universe. They wanted to be the center of spiritual gravity. And when they found out that they were not created first, they had left the organization. And that was good because it was like a purge. Shook off a lot of dead weight. So the next question is, did their new environment bring about a mutation or an evolution from one state to another? Answer, yes. In fact, the female-dominated species had developed enlarged lungs that enabled them to live on land and in the seas as well. As time passed, the females took dominion of the land, or earth, while the males ruled the seas. Question. What is the link between the lizard people and the mammals? Oh, really? Okay. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. You had a little echo in the background again, like maybe something was playing. But okay. But other than that, you know, we got you.
I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I hit something by mistake. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So what's the link between the lizard people and the mammal? The Meldekians, this is the answer. The Meldekians, or lizard people, some called dinosaurs, developed into intelligent humanoids by abducting and mixing their seed with prehistoric humans, known as the genus Homo or Australopithecine. And then, in terms of some more background on these Meldekians, he says that one of these, he talked about different missions that these extraterrestrials had when they would go to different planets. And it says here, one of these such missions resulted in a tremendous crash into a planet called Meldek, which we described, or I described the last time I talked to you guys on part one, which was inhabited by the Meldekians or the troglodytes, who were what you would call reptilians. This event caused a major catastrophe on the planet Meldek, killing off most of the beings, leaving only the military and the warriors alive, whose intent was revenge, which made Nibiru wallop and bump into another distant planet in the 18th galaxy called Tamaray, or Taiwawat. The Sumerians called it Tamat, and today you call it Earth. So those are just different names that the Earth had in times past. The beings that dwelled here were aquatic. That is, sea dwellers, reptilians, original escapees from Meldek that took residence here many millions of years before the crash and built great cities beneath the waters. The planet was void and it was dark, and the waters were very deep. Sound familiar? That's what the Bible says. That's how the Bible opens up. And the planet Earth was, it says, darkness. It was dark and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Okay, the crash resulted in this planet being split in two. The bottom half exploded again to form the asteroid belt. We, the beings responsible for this near destruction, took it upon ourselves to become the guardians of this damaged planet until such time as we could repair it, only to discover that it had large quantities of the very precious metal we were seeking. Thus, we planned to make it a residence for such time as was necessary to mine for this precious metal called gold and transport it back to our home planet Risk. He says here that many attempts by alchemists to transform lead to other metals into gold failed before the final success. The work of mining was strenuous in such a strange atmosphere, so we changed the dense water to air, breathable air, and sent one of our wisest scientists from amongst us, part reptilian and part Netaru, whose new title became Enki, which means ruler of Ki, Ki being the earth. He was to build waterways, mines, and dams while we hovered in large mother ships above the planet, until such time as we could remove the dust cloud created by the impact that blocked the sun. We also launched out teams of beings responsible for the development of seeding and growing life on this planet suitable for food and air. Trees were growing or transported from other planets, which is why you have many plants on this planet that will attack and kill one another, and so many different kinds of plant species. Many different kinds of insects were also transported to balance the ecology. These transportations of insects and plant life from other plants brought about all different types of air and environments, climates, diseases, and colds and sicknesses to Earth, which is why during the pollination season, some humans get allergies while others don't. Some humans catch severe colds during the winter seasons while others don't. Many humans don't have allergic reactions to food intakes while others don't. So your planet became a ground. It became a ground for all types of beings to survive. It was destroyed by several meteorite showers, then replenished over and over again. Remember, I mentioned to you that the word Genesis, if you look up the Hebrew word, it says Bereshith or Bereshith, and Bereshith means reconstruction. And that's why when you read the book of Genesis, it's talking about replenishing the earth, repopulating the earth. Just like Noah had to repopulate the earth after the flood. And of course, Noah came after Adam. Noah was in Genesis chapter 9. Adam was in Genesis chapter 1. And it says here, The sea filled with all forms of alien life forms for food and many skin diseases, blood diseases, even allergic reactions. With these beings come different types of climates, diseases, colds, sicknesses, etc. Not to mention that the scientific experiments and breeding of humans was abruptly disrupted by invading disagreeable beings, and that part is cut off. So now I think I mentioned to you guys something about the dolphin. Someone had asked a question about, and I did mention to you guys in the initial talk, or part one, about Noon, the waters of Noon, and how life emanated or was originally created from the waters of Noon in the Egyptian creation story, or one of their stories. So the question is, so this Atum was the son of Noon? That's a question. Answer, yes, symbolically or symbologically speaking. As it was taught previously, Atum is the son of the force of the chaotic waters, Noon, N-U-N, whose semen was placed in the womb of Nunet, his consort, bred Atum. And this germ, as the seaman, so basically Noon and Nunet produced Atum. And this germ, as the seaman, S-C-M-E-N, was extracted from Atum as sperm and placed in the womb of the dolphin for transportation. This is called in vitro fertilization. The word womb is dolphin from the Middle English, from the Old French dauphin, D-A-U-L-F-I-N, a blend of dauphin, which is spelled D-A-U-F-I-N, and the Old Provincial Dalphin, D-A-L-F-I-N, both from medieval Latin, Delphinus, or Delphinus, from Latin, Delphinus, from Greek, Delphus, Delphi, from Delphus, meaning womb, from its shape, because it's shaped like a womb. Scientists today have just discovered that the human genes is closer to dolphins than any land animals, and was recorded from the Discovery Channel on 8/24 of 1998. The Discovery Channel said this: for years, marine biologists have told us that dolphins share many traits with humans, including intelligence and friendliness. Now, a comparison of dolphin and human chromosomes shows that the genetic makeup of dolphins is amazingly similar to humans. In fact, researchers at Texas A&M University have found that dolphins have more in common with us genetically than cows, horses, or pigs. And then, of course, there were researchers at the University of Texas A&M. Researchers at Texas A&M University applied paints, or what they called fluorescently labeled human chromosomes, to dolphin chromosomes as human chromosomes. Of the remaining 9 dolphin chromosomes, many were combinations or rearrangements of their human counterparts. Researchers also identified 3 dolphin genes that were similar to human genes. Until now, researchers have never been able to do genetic studies of dolphins because they are a protected species, making it difficult to get tissues from them. So you see the hand of politics and the hand of science. Science and politics are married. Science, politics, and big business, actually, because they want to keep a lot of information suppressed. Because, as I mentioned before, if you want to be the master of the universe, you have to control information. That's your main trump card. Next question. What was the Dolphin Project? The Dolphin Project, answer, this Dolphin Project is called the Fishman, and the genes were transported to this planet in the dolphin by artificial insemination, which led into cloning, which is why there are several copies of each person on planet Earth. That's right. There's several copies of, well, actually, he says 7 copies of each person on Earth. Question. And that's funny because I have a brother, and I swear I've seen at least 4 guys that look exactly like my brother. Exactly. And even to the point where I even walked up to them and it wasn't him, but looked exactly like him. I had no idea it wasn't him. And even my cousin, same thing. Some of you may have had that experience too. So the other question was, what do you mean by chaotic waters? Answer: the lymphatic and circulatory system of the human being, where the chaos begins, is when the sperm released from the male, millions by the millions chaotically races for the egg in the ovum, and one or two, in the case of twins, succeeds. These are chaotic waters, for this is all done in the liquid system of the body of the female. So question, how was this done? This process was done by in vitro fertilization, transporting genes in the dolphin to this planet, which in time, with much care, became the fungi and algae of the seas, and then it was placed into the test tubes of the Gibord, or alchemists, who bred mortals. So question, so Noon is a laboratory project? Answer: yes. Noon, also known as Nu, which is the sacred and symbolic name. By the way, the word Noon, according to David Icke, it was actually stolen from Egypt. That's where they get the word nun from in the Catholic Church. Yes, Noon, also known as Nu, which is the sacred and symbolic name used in the laboratory for this great project of feeding the planet Earth with the genes of Amun and his consort Amunet, also known as Niu and Niut, spelled N-I-U and E-N-I-U-T, respectively. Question, I thought Atum was the son of Noon and Nunet. Answer, yes. Atum, as mentioned, is part of a triad of three geneticists called Re, the all-seeing eye, which oversees the project, symbolic of the iris of the eye. And iris means rainbow, or the Rainbow Project. So question, so what is the Rainbow Project? Answer, it's where the geneticists seek or set out to breed or refill this planet with beings similar to themselves, or plenty the earth, replenish the earth with humans, and protect their frail beings from the direct rays of the sun. And so that's a little bit more about them. Did I mention? Yep, I mentioned that part. Hold on just a second. Hope you guys are enjoying the information so far. It gets better.
Loud and clear, brother. Just dropping it in for you.
Yeah. Okay. Can you name? All right. So, by the way, I think I mentioned that he taught us that the dolphins came out of the water, they walked on land, and at some point returned back to the waters. And that was evident in the physiology of the whale itself, because the whale does have hair. Only mammals have hair. It also has hip bones that were once supported. They actually once supported hind legs. And hips, of course, are necessary for walking upright. And this is important because when you think about the way nature works, nature does not endow you with anything unless there was a purpose for it. Otherwise, see, nature is not involved or interested in aesthetics or how something looks. That's a human thing. We're only concerned about how things look. And nature, on the other hand, is concerned about functionality. So hips are necessary for walking upright. And speaking of dolphins, you know, they are very intelligent, as I mentioned. You know, the word dolphin, as I mentioned, comes from the word delphia, which means womb. And they call it that because of the way it's shaped, you know. Now, dolphins actually have their own language. You want to do any research on dolphins? They have a language, and if I remember correctly, they said it was about 60 times, I think 60 times more complex even than human language, dolphin language. And dolphins even have a high level of cognition. You know, dolphins they've been proven to solve complex problems. I saw one experiment where dolphins they had what they call a PVC, like a maze, and the maze was made of let's say you take a big video game that's maze-like and you put it up on your wall. So now you have a giant maze game on your wall. And so the dolphin had to figure out how to get to the food that was in the maze, and they figured it out instantly. And I saw another experiment where they took 2 pipes and they fitted the pipes together, and they had food inside, of course, and they showed the dolphin that food was inside. And 2 dolphins were looking at this this pipe, and they immediately figured it out, and they opened it up right away. It was no problem for them to even figure it out. They also know symbols on words. They know what, like if you put a symbol on a piece of paper, they can read it. They can read the symbol, and they can perform the act that corresponds to the symbol. You know, it's been scientifically proven that they know, and just as an example, that they can be taught reading, believe it or not. So they understand, they do understand semantics. Semantics would be the vocabulary. They also understand the syntax. Syntax is the arrangement of words to create different meanings with words. You know, like, for example, the dog ran away, or the dog came home. You know, take the Frisbee and place it in the basket to the right. Or tell the dolphin, take the basket and on the left and put it on top of the plate on the right. They know that. They know exactly what you're talking about. And there are even laws in place. I don't know if you guys knew this, but there are laws in place to prevent you as a curious human being from even communicating with the dolphin. You cannot communicate with the dolphin. It's against the law. And there's countless cases of dolphins even saving drowning dogs, drowning humans, endangered by and attacked by sharks. And I read about the story of Peter the dolphin, who learned English, and he retrieved objects on command. He learned the English language. Then, of course, you have, there was Coco the gorilla. He learned like 1,000 signs, and then he learned 2,000 verbal words, you know. And then there was, I think, Kanzi the bonobo monkey. He learned like 600 words, and he can even communicate with them, you know, verbally. So... And now, I think I did mention to you guys, I talked about the ogdoads. I mentioned the ogdoads. The ogdoad just means, og means 8. And let me just cover something here about the ogdoads. Because some people think, well, they're under the impression that there was only one Adam and Eve, but there were actually a variety of Adam and Eves, because there were different periods of time in the planet. And this is information coming from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, written by Malachi Z. York. And he's talking about the different Adam and Eves that, because he actually said that if he was to give us the entire story, because we basically have bits and pieces of what he gave us. And one of the things he does with his teaching style, which is very unorthodox, is that when he gives us information, he puts it in different books, he spreads it out, and he lets us put the information together as a puzzle, because that's where true learning takes place. Instead of just giving us the information, it's up to us to become interactive and involved in the process to actually learn the information. So, but with the little that we do have, which is a lot to us, but a little to him, the little that we do have, we have learned a lot about, you know, human origins. So what it says here is you have the first Adam and Eve that was called Apsu. That's just a Sumerian word, Apsu, which, and then you had Tamat. Those were the first Adam and Eve, and they were known to the ancient Egyptians as Nun, we just talked about, which means the ocean, the deity of the ocean, and Nunet, which was the female deity of the ocean. So these first Adam and Eve, Apsu and Tamat, they were destroyed by ice glaciers millions of years ago. Okay, and then there was another Adam and Eve. They were known as Lahamu, which is another Sumerian word, which means lady of battles, and Lahmu, deity of war. Those names, those Sumerian names, were also applied to the names of planets, because if you ever study Sumerian cosmology and you look at their planets, they actually applied those names to individuals, and they also applied them to actual celestial bodies. And so he says here, the second Adam and Eve was Lahamu, or Lahmu, Lahamu, lady of battles, and Lahmu, deity of war. And they were known to the ancient Egyptians as Hay and Hayhet. Remember I talked about Nun and Nunet, Hay and Hayhet, Kek and Keket? Amun and Amunet, those were the 8, the Ogdod, or the Ogdods, that came from the waters. So this set of Adam and Eve, the Lahmu and Lahamu, or aka Hay and Hayhet, they were destroyed 17,250,000 years ago by a meteorite shower and sandstorms. And by the way, Hay, H-E-A, just means the deity of immeasurable or immeasurability, and Hayhet would be the female deity of immeasurability, that which cannot be measured. Just like Nun and Nunet refers to the ocean, or the deity of the ocean for the male, Nun, and Nunet, the female deity of the ocean. Then, of course, you had another Adam and Eve. They were known as Anshar and Kishar. In Sumerian cosmology, they referred to these Anshar and Kishar as Saturn and Jupiter. But in this case, the third Adam and Eve was known as Anshar, which means foremost of the heavens, and Kishar, K-E-S-H-A-R, which means foremost of the firmaments. And what that means from a planetary standpoint, when the Sumerians named 2 planets by those names, Jupiter and Saturn, they were referring to, when they said foremost of the heavens, they mean the largest heavenly body in the solar system. That's what they were saying. Foremost of the heavens would be, in our solar system, the largest planet that has the rings, which would be Saturn. And then foremost of the firmaments, or foremost or the largest of the firm lands, would be Jupiter. That's what they were talking about. But in this case, this also refers to a third Adam and Eve, which were Anshar and Kishar. And they were also known to the ancient Egyptians because they had different names depending on what part of the world you're looking at or you were referring to. They were referred to by the ancient Egyptians as Kek and Keket. Kek was the deity of darkness, and Keket was the female deity of darkness. Because remember, I told you guys in the one of the Egyptian origin stories, they talked about how darkness was upon the face of the deep, which is where the Bible got their story about darkness being upon the face of the deep. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about Kek, the deity of darkness, and Keket, the female deity of darkness. It says, in any event, Kek and Keket were destroyed by a second meteorite shower. So you have the first deities, Nun and Nunet, destroyed by ice glaciers millions of years ago. Then you have the second set of Adam and Eves, Hay and Hayhet, also known as Lahamu and Lahmu, destroyed by a meteorite shower and sandstorm 17,250,000 years ago. And then you had a third Adam and Eve, which I was just referring to, Anshar and Kishar, also known as Kek and Keket, that were destroyed by a second meteorite shower. And then a fourth Adam would be Zakar. Zakar means to remember or rememberer. And Nekabal would mean female tribal leader. And you would know of them as Adam and Eve of the Bible. And then, of course, you had Noah. Noah, according to the Bible, was another Adam, if you want to say that, another Adam, because, and people may be a little bit confused with that. And they're like, why are you referring to these biblical names? Well, the biblical names were plagiarized from the Sumerian tablets. And the word Noah was completely different. The word Noah was Utnapishtim. Or there's another name that starts with a Z for Noah. Before this name was even in the Bible, Noah was referring to, there's a part in the Bible that says, and Noah was perfect in his generations. It's talking about Noah's genes. A lab experiment had been perfected. And I can't really get into that at this time, but I'll talk to you about that at some other time. But that's basically, so these, some of these beings were part of the Ogdods. And I just mentioned some of those points just to let you know that there were periods of the planet existing, and there were also periods of planetary destruction. And during those destructions, some of our ancestors were, obviously not too fortunate. And they were destroyed. And also, just wanted to let you know that there were different Adam and Eves, because people tend to think that Adam and Eve is the first. Even if, for example, you go to you mate with someone outside of your race, for example, you're say black or African, and you mate with, let's say, a person from the subcontinent of India. Well, then you're an Adam and you're an Eve for that particular generation, if you know what I mean. So now, in terms of more information about us coming from the water, I did mention, I talked about the nomos that were connected to the Dogons, and someone had asked a question about that in the Black Book, also known as the Sacred Record of Atum-Re, Part 1, that I was referring to. The question was, are they known by any other names in any other, I'm sorry. The question is, why is the reproductive fluid of the human referred to as semen? Why is the reproductive fluid of the human referred to as semen? Answer: because they are the original Ogdode, which I just talked about. They are the original Ogdode, or the 8 sea creatures that emerged from the island of flame, referred to as Ur, spelled U-R, referred to as Ur, or light flame, or simply their crafts crashed down in the Nile River. So it's referring to these Ogdode, or these 8 sea creatures. Remember the frog-headed creatures and the 4 snake-headed creatures? Those are the beings that the Egyptians were referring to. So question, are they known by any other names in any other creatures or any other cultures? Are they known by any other names in any other cultures? Answer: yes. The Dogons called them nomos, spelled N-O-M-M-O-S. The Yoruba referred to them as Olukun, that's spelled O-L-U-K-U-N, as in Nancy. The Pygmies in Africa referred to them as the Ogriwa-Bibikwa, and I'll spell that. It's capital O, and then you have lowercase g, as in goat, R as in Alf, I as in Ida, G as in goat, W as in weather, A as in apple, B as in boy, I as in Ida, B as in boy, I as in Ida, K as in kite, W as in will, A as in apple. The Ogriwa-Bibikwa. The dwarves that changed into reptiles, the Greeks used Dercito. The Greeks called them Dercito, D-E-R-C-I-T-O, for fish-tail humans. The Mesopotamians, the people in what you would call modern-day Iraq, the Mesopotamians used Dagan, D-A-G-A-N, half man, half fish. The East Indians say Takshaka, king of the Naga serpents. So you have all these different names that they use to describe creatures that came out of the waters. Some people call them nomos. Yoruba refer to them as Olukun. The Pygmies in Africa refer to them as Ogriwa-Bibikwa. You have the Dercito, called by the Greeks. You have the Mesopotamians using Dagan, and we referred to Dagan last week. We even read from 1 Samuel chapter 5 to let you know about Dagan, or Dagon. And the Indians, they had stories about Takshaka in the Mahabharata, if you read that, and the king of the Naga serpents. So the next question was, who and what are they to humans? Who and what are they to humans, these 8 sea creatures, or these Ogdodes? They are humans' ancestors, which explains why humans have gills while in the womb, like a tadpole, and a tail, webs between their fingers, and in constant need of an emergence in water, or the intake of water, or they dehydrate. At their armpits, there is still traces of the wings. Which ones are directly related? There are 8. Answer: there are 8, and they are also called Ogdodes, also called the Malaikat Bari, spelled M-A-L-A-Y-K-E-T. Next word, B-A-H-R-I. Also called the Malaikat Bari, river angels, from which the mermaid stories came about. There were 4 pairs, which I mentioned. 1 pair for each of the genetic changes. 1 pair for each of the genetic changes. So those 4 pairs of creatures represent actual genetic changes. So the question was asked, what is meant by genetic changes? What is meant by genetic changes? Or what do you mean by genetic changes? And it says here, all laboratory experiments dealing with genes, the total changes appear every 4 generations. Every 4 generations. Even if you read the Christian Bible, like I said, if you know how to extract the information about genetics is right there. When you're reading about Genesis chapter 9, when, as an example, Noah is referring to his son, and he cursed his son Ham, and Ham had a variety of different sons. He had Noah with Ham. He had a son called Shem, and he had a son called Japheth. And then he cursed one of his sons that looked upon him when he was drunk. And he said that the curse, he said specifically Genesis chapter 9, verse 25. He says, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. In other words, a curse will be on your son, which will be represent the 4th son. And remember, I just talked about how genetic changes appear every 4 generations, so that's what they're talking about. And I talked about Noah being perfect in his generations. Generations refers to genes. Again, it's talking about genetic experiments. Question, who are the 8 or 4 pairs in ancient Tamaray? Ancient Tamaray is a word for Egypt. That's kind of like my name too. Tamaray refers to ancient Egypt. That's part of my name. My name is Zamal Tamaray, and Zamal is part of our ancient language. Magdala knows about the language. She even mentioned Sabaic language, which we have our own language. Sabaic, we speak the Sabaic language, and we're teaching and learning that right now. So the name Zamal means brother, and Tamaray just means Egypt, so brother of Egypt. So anyway, the question is, who are the 8 or the 4 pairs in ancient Tamaray? They are Nun and Nunet, Hay and Hayet, Kek and Keket, Amun and Amunet, whose secret name were Nu, spelled N-I-U, and Niut, N-I-U-T, which I just previously mentioned. So you also had another breed of genetic strain that were known as the Dogri, or the evil beings. So there are different strains of these types of these beings. Hold on just a minute.
Your sound is good, brother.
How we sound so far? Good?
Yeah, your sound is
no
good,
issues?
brother.
Don't want no issues. No issues.
Smooth sailing tonight.
Okay. That's good. That's good to know. Very good to know. Okay, let's see here. Someone asked the question, how come mother is the only nurturer? Answer, the mother is God. She grows each being, male or female, in her womb. Question, can she perform this act without a male? This is $1 million question that a lot of guys didn't like. Can she perform this act without a male? And the answer is yes. It was obviously the original way, and in many cases, this still happens to this day. And I explained all that when I talked about when she-ros ruled the world. I talked about how women have the latent ability to reproduce on their own. I talked about how the woman's egg cell does not necessarily have to be contacted with male sperm in order for them to reproduce. And I also talked about how women are still doing it even to this day, and how they're hiding it under the cover of different operations that they're performing on women. That was all. You remember that? That was one of my early ones, right? So anyway, yes, they can reproduce on their own. It says, yes, it was obviously the original way. In many cases, this still happens to this day. The process by which it happens is what they call the Bartholin gland, which within the woman, which is located on either side of the vaginal orifice that secretes a lubricating mucus and are equivalent to the bulbourethral glands in the male, which is located below the prostate, and it discharges a component of the seminal fluid into the urethra. And I talked about how the male, everything that a woman has, a male has, but there are things that women have in their body that men do not have, because the female is the genetic precursor to the male. The male came after the female. It says here the prostate secretes a thin milky fluid with a characteristic odor. This fluid constitutes the greater part of the semen that is deposited in the female vagina and that contains the spermatoza. So a woman is capable of reproducing seminal fluids on her own internally without the help of the male sperm. So question, how did women lose their role as gods and become subservient to her offspring, the male? Answer, through her love and compassion, which weakened her into submission. Women lost their rule when they grew to love their offspring, and thus through this emotion and love, it yielded to his rule. Question, so why does a woman use a man to reproduce? So why does a woman use a man to reproduce? Answer, this servant was upgraded by the creation of what is called steroids today. This servant, when I say servant, I'm referring to men. This servant was upgraded by the creation of what is called steroids today. That would be the utilization of the reptilian's strength, which is defined as the poison of the toad and the male's own testosterone fluids. This would speed up his metabolism, increase muscle strength, hair growth, body structure, and making him a suitable work machine, hunter, and slave. In time, she became attracted to his masculinity, and because of the fondness that women as gods grew for man, she eventually wanted to give birth to the same genes as her offspring, and thus she used his genes to create a duplicate of him and her to make the bond closer. It was because of the toad or reptilian poison, overdeveloped muscular men after the use of steroids began to take on the appearance of an outstretched frog. I hope that was loud and clear. I hope that was loud and clear. It says here, as generations went by, women depended on the male for reproduction, and she lost the knowledge of reproducing on her own by giving the power to man to protect, defend, and hunt for her. Eventually, he turned his weapons, strength, and power on her, and he does to this day, and he rules not by intellect, but by brute force. So question, so the woman is smarter than the man? Answer, by far, so much so that she lets man think he is the smartest. However, the woman still has the capabilities of being a god because she is the only one who nurtures and suckles her young. And then he says here, the mother prepares her offspring for survival. For survival. So that also kind of ties into how we came to be who we are. Hold on just a minute.
Take your time, brother.
Was that loud and clear?
Yeah, loud and clear, brother.
That part? Great.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so she basically nurtures her young, and she nurtures and looks after her young, both male and female. And the first teacher, of course, as we know, everybody knows, is to any human being is the mother. You know, so that's what I wanted to cover in that. And now, I guess more physical evidence, because I talked a little about some evidence last time, and I guess the best evidence is like that thumbnail that I put right in front of your face, which is on the thumbnail now that you just created. This is a case of a young boy with ichthyosis. He doesn't look too happy, as you can see from the look on his face. Poor child, you know. Like I mentioned, you'll see some really fantastic pictures if you'll do a Google search under ichthyosis, and you'll find people with scaly green reptilian-like face and skin texture. And I did also show you guys, I referred you guys to, I think it was Google Images, and I told you about the ostrich people that have a reptilian bloodline, and every time they're born with ostrich feet. So that's another example of some physical evidence, but I got more. Now, regarding our ancestry, he talked about this in a book he wrote called The Lotus of Life, and it deals with the sacred feminine, referring to our women. You know, some of our ancestry is from Orion, which of course is a star constellation, and some of our ancestry is from Sirius. That's why Orion and Sirius were so important to the Egyptians. That's why they would take their pyramids and they would build them and align them in perfect alignment with the 3 stars of the Orion sun belt. They did the same thing in Mexico with the Pyramid of the Sun, Pyramid of the Moon, and they had another pyramid there that they lined up perfectly with the Orion star constellation. And, you know, we thought that some agreeable reptilians from Sirius, the Sirius star system, you know, brought to Africa. They brought to Africa's Egypt the wisdom of Orion as well, you know. Well, we were actually taught that some of those agreeable reptilians from the Sirius star system brought the wisdom to Orion. They all mixed their DNA, and they were Rh positive blood types. You know, when you deal with Rh positive or any type of blood type, you're dealing with A, B, O, negative or positive. So they taught, but we would have had the positive. They taught genetic breeding, alchemy, crossbreeding to the Negroids, who later became the Dogon tribe. And they moved from Egypt by invading what they call Canaanites. The Canaanites are mentioned in the scriptures. That was a name for mankind before they were named what they're named now. So they moved from Egypt by invading Canaanites southward to other parts of Africa like Mali, referring to the Dogons, how they were moved by invading Europeans. So they moved them, you know, as the Canaanites were moving southward to other parts of Africa like Mali, they drove the Dogons out. Okay, now, before, I don't think I mentioned this, but before the original Africans were grown on the planet, and I use the word grown in the literal sense, just like everything else that emerges naturally on this planet, just like a universe is grown, just like a plant grows from a seed, just like a child grows in a pod called a water sac in a mother's womb. From egg to zygote to fetus to newborn, from, say, childhood, you know, to young adulthood, to maturation, old age, life is all about growth. And as I'll mention again, in terms of, you know, there being a single Adam and Eve, you know, there was no like linear line of descendancy. There was a variety of Adam and Eves and a variety of creations, you know, because there was different periods of changes and destructions and whatnot on the planet. So in any event, before the growth of the African on this planet, that's why the name of, I think I mentioned the name Genesis originally dealt with replenishment or reconstruction. I probably talked about that the first time we talked about this. Now, this is some information you guys will find pretty interesting. Hold on just a minute. This actually tells you a little bit more about your origin on this planet. This is from a book called The Gospel of the Sacred of Yanun on the Sacred Feminine, The Lotus of Life. The Lotus of Life. This is on page 22 to, let's say, page 20, 22 to 24, and then I'm going to read a little bit of page 26. He's talking about male and female. He says here, the females from Sirius, the Sirius star system, were given 9 skills, and the males from Orion star system were given 9 skills, like the skill of dance, the skill of singing, the skill of drawing, the skill of playing music, the skill of sport, the skill of building, the skill of sewing, the skill of healing, the skill of teaching, the skill of weaving, the skill of carving, the skill of writing, the skill of creating, the skill of mathematics, the skill of chemistry, the skill of tongues. These were the skills that were given to men and women. And it says here, these 18 skills were implanted in the genes to manifest in the offspring. Over time, in mixing, they exchanged their skills, so some now have more than just one skill, and some are very skillful. So originally, only 12 males from the Orion star system and 12 females from the Sirius star system were allowed to stay on this planet to mix and breed the new being who were originally born as twins. Each female birthed a daughter and a son. Before this was perfected, the first offspring were born conjoined twins, and then hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites. So before Earth females were birthing daughters and sons, before that was perfected, the first offspring were born as conjoined twins. They were hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites, and everybody knows what those are. Hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites result today, as an example, within the first 6 weeks of what we call a pregnancy. Because if you look at a pregnancy and the gestation or the periods of development in the womb, and if you look at some charts that show the gestation of the life of the fetus in the womb, you'll see how it, at a certain point, it has sexually ambiguous genitalia. And then at another point, it's a hermaphrodite. And then at another point, you determine whether it's a male or female. You can see that it can be determined whether they are a male or female. Like, you know, say you go to the 6th week of gestation. At that point, the gender of the child is not even differentiated. And then when you get to the 10th week of gestation, that's when you can start to see whether it's going to be a male or female, whether what's the clitoris will, you know, become the clitoris and the vulva will develop, or what was the clitoris will develop into a penis. And then by the 15th or the 14th week, you'll really see the difference. Then it says here, if you look at let's see here. At this point, the child will develop male or female organs, thus denoting their physical gender. When a child is carried by the mother, and the mother is stressed at his delicate stage, the child will be born with a male gender and a female spirit, or a female gender with a male spirit. So that happens, he says, when a mother is stressed at a delicate age. That's how the child can be born with a male gender and a female spirit, or vice versa. That is why it is important not to stress the mother while she is carrying a child. The hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites were the original deities of this planet and were the offspring of those beings from the Sirius star system and the Orion star system. The physical form of this world, or the physical form of this would be those born as conjoined twins were never separated unless one side died, which many did. The hermaphrodites and the hermaphrodites were raised to be the highest because their physical bodies vibrated on 2 mitwalat frequencies or tones. The word in the Sabaic language will be mitwalat, frequencies or tones. They had what they call a double resonance because they were in tune with both their female and their male sides. And they were actually used to open the wormholes or the stargates in ancient times. And if my memory serves me correct, they're even depicted on the star chart of the Dendera, found in one of the tombs in Egypt. It says here, those of the males from the Orion star system and those of the females from the Sirius star system, they were the deities who opened the vortex. Yeah, I just mentioned that. Or the wormhole to the stars. This is how it was before the growth of Africans and long before the making of the Kakasu. So that part I wanted to read to you, which I read. And now I wanted to get into some more stuff about how we came to be what we are. And I guess to get to that point, I would probably have to go to, there's a book here, it's called Divine Design, Intelligent Design, or Plot of Aliens. Divine Design, no, I'm sorry, Intelligent Design, Divine Design, or Plot of Aliens. That's the title of the book. Again, written by Dr. Malachi Zayor, Panabab Yanun, Baba Yanun, etc., etc. It says right here, a race of people by definition is separated into species, just as felines, canines, and simians, they are separated by appearances. As for the Nagaru, the Negroid race, they are unique as a race and are people who grow genuinely kinky hair upon their heads, nappy head, as seen on the originals, the Sans people of South America. Or, I'm sorry, the Sans people of South Africa. The Sans people are from South Africa. And now listen to this part real close. And know this, when a universe first comes into being, that is the origin of a universe. Out of the omniverse, it is grown. And I mentioned a little while ago about how things grow, just as normally in the universe as they do on this planet, just as any plant or any other life form grows. And it says here, and it is void of flesh and blood creatures. Therefore, there are no individual XY masculine and XX feminine, male and female person to start any humanoid race of people in the universe grown out and in other omniverses, just one of the multiverses. And it says further, the original, and you guys probably want to listen to this part, the original or first humanoids grown on planet Earth were flesh and blood beings grown by deities called Natharu, which means overseers, who originated here from the Orion and Sirius star systems into the waters, then onto land. So they originated here from Orion and Sirius, initially in water, then onto land. Using 9 reason and the rules and cycles of absolute natural nature. And there were grown 9 original species out of the one called dwellers. They dwelled in water, land, sky, caves, hills, deserts, swamp, trees, and forest. So these original 9 species dwelled in different habitats: water, land, sky, caves, hills, deserts, swamps, trees, and forests. 9 species of the original as compared today to the 4 major races and numerous subdivision races, and the last, the white race. The original 9 species. The original 9 species would be Atum, and then Atum gave birth to Tefnut and Shu, and then Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Nut and Geb, and then Nut and Geb had Isis, Osiris, Nephthys, and Seth. And I mentioned this before when we were talking about the Enads. So you have the Ogdods or the Ogdodes, which are the 8 water creatures, and then you have the Enads, and they're all related. So you have Atum, who begat Tefnut and Shu and Tefnut begat Nut and Geb, and then Nut and Geb begat Isis, Osiris, Nephthys, and Set. And I think I mentioned in the first part 1, I said Horus. It was actually Set. Isis, Osiris, Nephthys, and Set. Of course, Horus was the son of Isis and Osiris. So you have these enads, and it says here, and they are from the sea onto land by way of Noon-Tat Noon, Hey-Tat He, Kek-Tat Kek, Amun-Tat Amun, of Ptah, or Ptah, again referring to the Ogdoads. So the 9 deities, the enads, were originated at different intervals of time, and over time came into existence in Africa, overseen by the providers, Pa-Mrazaku, or Razaku, who sent Panatharu, the overseers. Since the original enads from the Ogdoads, flesh and blood deities and blood and spirit, once grown or created, never cease to exist in spirit form or formula as long as this universe lasts. So you have the Ogdoads, or what they call the octave beings, the 8, and then you have the enad, or the 9 beings. And let's see, we go to another page here, 51 to 53. So you guys have probably heard of a concept known as panspermia. Panspermia refers to the spreading. Well, the word pan means all, as in panorama, or there's other words, but panorama would be one. And of course, sperm or spermia would be all sperm. So that means the spreading of sperm or life on a planet. The spreading of sperm or life germs to seed life on a planet. That's basically what it means. So right here, if you go to Genesis chapter 6, for those of you that have a Bible, don't have to go to it, but Genesis chapter 6, verse 1 through 5. Oh, actually, no. Scratch that. It says here, page 87 of Divine Design, Intelligent Design, or Plot of Aliens. In the case of the black race, was transported to the waters of this blue rock, the planet Earth, inside of Dolphin, and released in the waters of the Indian Ocean and South Atlantic Ocean, and grew in the waters first as Ogdoads. They grew in the waters first as Ogdoads, referring back to those 8 different genetic shifts were the creatures that came from the waters, which is why to this day you still have webs between your fingers and toes. You were mermaids and mermen, just as you are in the womb today as a stage in the fetus growth. So you've changed, you've come a long way, but you really haven't. In some respects, you haven't changed. Just depends on your perspective. Page 89 says, for millions of years you lived in the water and had gills and no body hair. Why today true pure African have no body hair. It was a great tsunami. It was a great tsunami caused by a meteorite used as a weapon by extraterrestrials at war. So basically, he says here extraterrestrials were having a war and it caused a tsunami in the water. And when you have a tsunami, obviously, you know, a lot of things, the water overflows the land. It says here, when that happened, many stayed in the water. Till this day, they live with dolphins and whales. And I've heard many stories about people seeing whales and dolphins swimming with mermaids. Others were cast onto dry land and swamps of Botswana's in Africa, Botswana's Kalahari Desert, too far to return, and lived in swamps, then began to climb up in trees for safety from land predators. Yet they had to come down to seek food to become land dwellers who would retreat to the sea each morning to drink and wash, then moved up the Nile to spread the world over. All of this was an ET plan or Plan ET. This was all pre-planned by aliens, many from different star systems who came to this blue rock for their own reasons. Some to mine for minerals, some to vacation, others to hunt, and others to farm for food, plants, and animals, others to farm humans for food as well. So I hope that makes sense. Now, let's talk a little bit about the Sands people. The Sands people. The Sands people would be another name for them would be the Pathites. P-T-A-H-I-T-E-S. The Pathites. And the Sands people are critical to the story of your evolution. The Sands people. Let's see. It says here, this is page 12. The Caucasoid now knows that all humanoids originated from the South African Sands people, or the Bushmen also of Botswana. So it says here, the Caucasians now know that all humanoids originated from the South African Sands people, and that's spelled S-A-N-S, with a dot above the first S, originated from the South African Sands people or Bushmen also of Botswana. All traits of the humanoid races have these genetic markers that indicate who is who, and not being able to physically recognize these traits is what lets you know that a race is washing out. So basically they know who these people are. One reason is because of the genetic, what they call genetic markers in the Sands people. For example, a genetic marker. For example, the creased forehead of the Aborigine is found in the Sands people. They have a very prominent or creased forehead, furrows in their eyes or above their eyes, and that's a very common trait that they have. The eyes of the Oriental is found on the Sands people. The dimpled chin of the Dravidians of India or of Asia, the original Black East Indian and Andaman elder, Andaman would refer to the Andaman Islands, and also some of the people that live in India today, those really, really dark-skinned people that are on the verge of extinction. The original Black East Indian and Andaman elder who has the dimpled chin and nappy hair found in the Sands people of South Africa. The nappy hair of the Negroids is also found in the Sands people. The only humanoid traits that you will not find in the Sands people are the blue eyes and flank hair. These traits being from another gene pool and is not naturally occurring in natural nature. They also know that something or someone interfered with DNA once some were outside of Africa. The result being unknown DNA found in some races or unknown species they can't trace back. All they thought they knew about humanoids is now wrong. They also know, or now know, their religious stories of creation as found in Bible and Quran is not for all humanoids. That the Bible and Quran is only one short story of a hybrid race called the Adamites, the ruddy race, made in the year 3761 BCE by their own learned rabbis' records that makes this race or tribes of the Bible and Quran the youngest breed on earth. And like I mentioned earlier, when I said that he told us something that wasn't true about us being because, you know, we wanted to identify with the Bible so much, we wanted to have an identity so much. He gave us an identity, and he gave us pictures and images of people in the Bible when we were going through those religious schools to boost our self-esteem, even though it wasn't true. Just like your mom would do certain things to protect you, even if she tells you a lie to protect you. And so he had to feed us. He had to basically pre-digest food, solid food, to make it into baby food for us, to make it digestible for us. And now that we've grown and we've gotten our wings, so to speak, and developed, now we have the maturity to accept what he calls the actual facts. So let's see here. So you know now about the Sands people. The Sands people, very important, and how they related to the original people. And I mentioned how the original Africans, those Abrahamic or biblical laws, or the body, about how to wash and run your fingers through your hair, that is not something that so-called Negroes can do with our hair texture, because our hair texture is not, straight, and it's not flank. And also, I want to reiterate the point that most original Africans did not grow beards until mixing by outsiders. That's a fact. And even if you see a lot of Africans today, they don't have a lot of body hair on them, depending on who they are. Now, everybody's probably heard about reptilian brains, or the reference to reptilian brains. Lance, you ever heard of that?
What's the term? Say it again.
Reptilian brain. Reptilian brain.
Yeah.
You've heard of it. You've heard of the reptilian brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The reptilian brain. Very, very common terminology. But the reptilian brain basically talks about how the human has. You have really three sets of brains. If you do a cross section of the brain, you'll have, one brain atop the other, and then the others are overlaid on the second. And then and that's overlaid. Those two are overlaid on top of the original brain. The first brain, which would be what we call not the first, but the most recently developed brain, would be the neocortex. That would be what they call the human brain. And then you have that overlaid on top of the mammalian or the limbic brain. And then that's overlaid on top of what they call the ancient brain, or the reptilian brain. And the neocortex, which would be the, I guess you could say the most recent brain, would be the human brain. That would be the rational or the thinking brain. And then the limbic or the mammalian brain, which is in the middle, would be the emotional or the feeling brain. And then you have the reptilian brain, which is, or the ancient brain, which would deal with instinctual, or what they also call it the dinosaur brain. The dinosaur brain. So the reptilian brain is the oldest of the three, of all those three brains. And that controls the body's vital functions like heart rate, breathing, body temperature, and balance. And, our reptilian brain also includes the main structures used in reptiles' brain, which includes things like domination, repetition, ritual. You know how some people, when they go to work the exact same way every day, or they eat the exact same thing every day? That's a ritual. Repetition, that's a reptilian trait. Things like domination, repetition, ritual, aggression, competition, fight or flight response, whether you're going to fight or you're going to run, pure survival instinct, the desire to hoard resources, that's a reptilian trait, or considered to be a reptilian trait. So those three parts of the brain, the reptilian, the limbic, and the neocortex, they don't operate independently of one another, but they have established numerous interconnections through which they influence one another. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say about the reptilian brain, just to underscore that point. And the scientists, they openly use that term, but people just don't seem to get it. They also call it the triune brain, because it's like a trinity. You got like I said, the neocortex for reason, the limbic system for emotions, and the reptilian. Sometimes they call it the reptilian complex, ancient brain, dinosaur brain that's all for the instincts. All for instincts. And he said that the original height of our female was like 4 feet 5 inches. The original height for the males was 4 feet, well, actually 5 feet 4 inches. And again, the Sands people, when we're talking about the Sands people, we're talking about the Pathites, P-T-A-H-I-T-E-S, or you're talking about another name for them would be the Sands people of Botswana. You can also call them the Kalahari Bushmen of Zimbabwe. The Kalahari Bushmen of Zimbabwe. So that's just another way to describe them. Let me see what else I can find. And this book is full of gems, a really great book to have.
Doing good, brother.
Let's see, page. Let me go to page 50 here. How many people in the chat?
We have watching. I don't know how much are in the chat, but it's a good amount. We have 368 watching. And that's just on YouTube, but we on other platforms, but I can't tell those. But yeah, so last time we were holding 500, but 367 is not, you know, it's not a mushy thing. It's a good thing. I'm just glad that we can, you know, vibe this way.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. We utilize it while we have it. We utilize what we got.
I just want to say all the books and all the references and links are in the bottom right now. So if you want to reference the books and the YouTube links, they're in the description area below. So you can click down there and get all the references for the show.
Yeah, by the way, the Holy Tablets is being sold for the people are just really profiteering on the web. They're taking those books and selling them for $200, $500. You know, the Holy Tablets is a great reference, and one of the reasons I included it in the bibliography originally, but I didn't really want to cite it because I said this before. The Holy Tablets was written for people that were in a religious mind state. So it's kind of a mix. It's kind of a mishmash of religious information and higher information. And when you're dealing with the people that have been as psychologically damaged as us, you have to really use the right formula to get us out of religion. And that's what he did. And so I know someone is saying, please cite the reference that you're using. First of all, I cite all my references, and I did give you a bibliography. You just didn't put it up at the time. And so people, sometimes they tend to think the worst. I don't know what it is about humans, but sometimes we tend to think the worst and think that somebody's pulling something over on you when it can actually be something completely different. We need to look at the positive sometimes and not the negative. Okay, this is from Divine Design, Intelligent Design, or Plot of Aliens. It says here, and this also relates to your genetics, whatever you take in or whatever you are exposed to, meaning whatever you input into your body or whatever you are exposed to, whatever afflicts you physically helps to make your personality, which can become a part of your DNA and your genetic coding. It doesn't matter if the mother or father has the physical afflictions, it can be passed on to the child, much like any other disease, like diabetes, sickle cell anemia, cancer, mental instability, arthritis, or physical disabilities such as muscular dystrophy or multiple sclerosis. These examples are understood to be inherited traits from your genetics. Why am I reading that? You'll see in just a moment. It relates to your genetics. 52. Okay. It says here, females or family, you must be very careful with whom you sleep, kiss, have sex, or exchange body fluids. Don't be fooled by outside good looks or fast talkers who can get into your family DNA or give you STD, that is, sexually transmitted diseases. Some can kill you, others stay with you for life and can be passed on to others, venereal, or from Latin Venus, love. Yes, love disease. You think you found your soulmate or true love and end up with a venereal disease for life and they move on. Actually, that part is not really relevant. I'm going to advance a little bit. Yeah, let me advance a little bit to another page here. Okay.
I'm going to step away for a second.
You know what?
I'm going to hit the
I'm in the wrong book. Hold on. I'm in the wrong book. That's why. Wrong book. Okay, let me get to the right book. '96. Bear with me, family. 95.
Yeah. Take your time, brother.
95.
Take your
Yes,
sweet time.
it's just so much information, man. It's a lot of information. 95, 96.
While you search for that, brother, let me just
Yeah.
post a question to you that was asked in the chat room.
Yes.
Brother Marcus Evans, Lance, can you ask Brother Zamal if this means that the next evolution, scrolled up, the next evolution of man will be back towards our reptilian brain, or if another layer will be added on? While you answer that, I'm going to just step away and hit the restroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Well, not that we'll necessarily. I know that he mentioned that those beings that are coming to, that people see with those oversized heads and the small, frail bodies, some of those beings are from the future. And he says that in the future, because of a nuclear fallout, in the future, because of the way we're using our fingers to text and how we're not using our small fingers. Of course, when it comes to evolution, what you don't use or misuse or abuse, you lose. So in that case, you'll see how the hands that you have now will be a different type of hand. And the oversized brain capacity that you see with these, they call those creatures the Greys with the oversized brains. They have an oversized brain because we're in the Aquarian age and we're moving more towards intellectualism as opposed to physicality and away from physical things. And he said that some of those beings are from the future, and eventually that is what we could actually look like. Just like if you go back a couple of generations and look at your grandfather, your grandparents, they were much larger individuals, and we're actually becoming much smaller. If you look at the shoe size of your grandfather, if you ever find out what your great-grandfather's shoe size was, it would probably astound you unless he was a small man. But if you look at the pictures of some of your grandparents and great-grandparents, if you have access to those, you'll see that they're much larger people than what we're accustomed to seeing right now. So we are evolving and changing and morphing as we speak. And he says eventually we could actually become like those Greys. So that's what I remember. So let's see here. It says here, so the skin coloring and the hair texture is from what he calls sun heat genes. The skin coloring and the hair texture is from sun heat genes to protect the new person who came from the water onto dry land from the physical sun's own rays or sun rays as they roam the forest of South Africa's once out of the swamps and on the Kalahari Desert from the Okavango swamps. Okavango is spelled Akavango. Okavango swamps. And still do, in the direct descendants of these original deities, whose posterity is now called Negroids or African race, with 9 species from the original Sand People. And something else interesting about the Sand People. Let's see. It says, so he lived with the Sands people who to this day, and this is pretty interesting, he lived with the Sands people who to this day retain the click, C-L-I-C-K, the click, who to this day they retain the click as they used to speak when underwater, to speak to each other with sonic wave sounds, communication. Underwater dolphins and some whales still use this echolocation or sonar today. That's pretty significant because when you think about the way dolphins communicate, the way whales communicate, they use echolocation. They use a sonar type of wave system. They bounce sounds off of certain objects to when they do their hunting. But they communicate. The dolphins, they communicate with clicks. And he says the Sands people are still retaining that click sound in their speech, which they used when they were speaking underwater. And he says that this spoken click language has a name, and the name of their language is called Xhosa. This spoken click language is called Xhosa. It's spelled Xhosa of the Sands people. The Sands people. I thought that was pretty interesting. Now, this information is coming from another book called The Melaninite Race. Take the word melanin at the suffix ite. the melaninite race. The melaninite, it's all about genetics. And one of the prescriptions he gave us to upgrade our race is in a lot of these books, it just deals with eugenics, as opposed to what this Western world is practicing, dysgenics, to downgrade your genes. Eugenics makes your genes better, and it upgrades your genes. It also changes the neurotransmitters in your brain when you read this type of information, because it rewires and literally regrows neurons in your brain. That's why, I used to wonder why some of these people had such a large capacity for knowing all this information, and that's why, because it rewires the neurons in your brain. And that in and of itself is a genetic upgrade. Let's see here. So this book, The Supreme Beings, the Melaninite Race. The Supreme Beings, the Melaninite Race. Okay, here. This is page 50. All right, it says here, and in each race, you find a number of separate species or recognizable characteristics with each, mostly by mixing among themselves. So basically, when people mix with each other, they have a set of recognizable characteristics. That's basically what he's saying. And also, each race has been given a distinctive trait or distinct trait. Africans, in our 9 species, our most unique characteristic is our nappy, kinky hair. No other race has that. Negroids also have larger behinds and full lips. The Australian Aborigines, in their 8 species, their unique trait is their brow with lines or creases. As I mentioned earlier, they have a very strong brow line, and it has furrows in that has lines or furrows or creases in that line. It's a very prominent genetic trait that they have. And then you have the Dravidians, the East Indian. In their 7 species, their unique trait is a dimpled or indented chin and their elongated earlobes. So the East Indians, they have a unique trait, which is their elongated earlobes and their dimpled or their indented type of chin. And then you have the Asians. The Asians, in their 3 species, their unique trait is the lack of an eyelid called the epicanthic fold and their hollow hair. Epicanthic fold is spelled E-P as in Peter, I-C as in cat, A-N as in Nancy, T-H-I-C. Epicanthic fold. And their hollow hair. If you take a cross section of Asian hair and you slice it in half, you'll find out that the hair is actually hollow. And that's interesting because when you do the same thing to Native Americans' hair, and that's how they were able to trace the ancestry of Native Americans and blacks, because they are a mixture or a fusion of blacks. Because as I mentioned before, the blacks were here first, as they were on all parts of the planet. When the Asians came over here, they actually mixed their genes with the Olmecs, or the blacks that were here, and many of them have the hollow hair. And okay, and then of course it says here the European, in their 6 species, their unique trait is their light-colored iris, or the light-colored iris of their eye and their flank hair. So those are their characteristics. Now, page 54. All of these traits or genetic markers are found in the San people of South Africa. And when these unique traits are no longer visible in these races of natural nature, is an indication of how washed out each species has become. So basically, when those traits or those genetic traits are no longer visible, that indicates that the race is washing out. The Sans people are the Pathites of Botswana. They are also known as the Kalahari Bushmen, who are of Zimbabwe. I think I mentioned that. These people have all the genetic markers that you see as traits in the human race. They have the nappy hair of Nagaru, Negroids, the epicanthic fold of the eyes of the Asians, the creases in the brow of the Aborigines, and the chin of the Indians. The first race were Nagaru, Negroids, who have 9 species and seats. The next race are Aborigines, who have 8, and the Dravidians, who have 7, and the Asians have 3 species. The Caucasian women have 6, and the Caucasian men have 5. The neutrinoids, referring to mixed race people that are racially ambiguous. When you look at them, you cannot tell whether what their race is. The neutrinoids are another subspecies that have 4 seats. It says again, the Sans people have all of these traits except their light-colored iris. So they don't have light-colored eyes of blue, white, silver, and green as Europeans do. This trait is a recessive gene from the Pleiadians, who produced the Nordic races who have Rh negative blood, and we're trying to create a race of people here. And let's see here. Hold on just a minute. 50, 53, 54, 52. Okay, that's pretty much what I wanted to read. And then it says here, 55, you will see that they have all 4 traits of Africans. The hair, referring to the Sans people. They have the hair, the dark skin, and the full lips and buttocks. Of the Aborigines, the creased brow. The Sans people have that. Of the Dravidian, the Indians, indented and dimpled chin. The Sans people have that. And the Asians, epicanthic eye or eye fold. The Sans people have all those racial or those genetic markers indicating that they are the original people of the planet. Yet they do not have the white, silver, blue, green-eyed iris of the white race. So they are a different species. So I just wanted to underscore that point. And let me go to another page here real quick. 65.
Loud and clear,
okay.
brother. Loud and clear.
Good. Okay, now there are basically 4 degrees or stages in the maturity of these degrees of melanin in people. So when you see people with different degrees of melanin, there's actually 4 degrees or stages in the maturation process of that melanin. And they're packets in your body. They call them melanosomes. Melanosomes, MELANOSOME. So basically, there's a degree 1, degree 2, degree 3, and a degree 4. In the first degree, that's when the melanosome is just about empty, because the melanosome produces melanin. So when it's just about empty, and it has very small amounts of melanin, and it doesn't have what they call the organelles, the ORGANELLES, or the machinery. It doesn't have the machinery, or let's say the infrastructure. I'll put it that way. That's when the melanosome doesn't have the infrastructure to produce a lot of melanin. So that's degree 1. Degree 2 is when you have that machinery in place to make the melanin, yet it is still empty of melanin. Degree 3 is when you have that melanosome that has the infrastructure to make the melanin, and it's half filled, let's say, with melanin. And then you have the 4th degree, where the machinery or the infrastructure, as I would call it, is there, and it's completely filled with melanin. Okay? So basically, Negroids and mulatto, they have degrees 3 and 4. The Caucasoids and their mulattoes, whites and reds, they would have degrees like 1 and 2. Basically, Aborigines, they would have like melanin, as well as Asians, of course. And let me see here. Okay, pure blacks, they have the 4th degree. If you're like a mixed black person, you can have the 3rd degree. It says other races of color, like Aborigines, Indians, and Asians, they have the 3rd and the 2nd degree, depending on mixing. And then they'll say the Latino, they would have the 3rd and the 2nd degree, also depending on mixing. And many Europeans have migrated to like South America and the islands, and they've mixed in, or they claim because they speak a dialect of Spanish, they're Latinos when they're not. But then it says here, this is important. The white race knows that they need melanin to see and hear, as well as feel and affections, to have more than just animal instinct. In their past, they thought that eating black people gave them melanin. The result is you see them today with the same physical reactions of cannibalism. Today, many whites get Parkinson's disease or Alzheimer's disease. They will never admit to this fact that their ancestors, according to their own Bible, were cannibals, and now in their final hour after 6,000 years, many of their diseases come from their past. So, they mix their seed within every 400 years. Once they left Europe for America, they knew they would die out if they did not get melanin because they were hemophiliacs. Hemophiliacs, you know, hemoglobin, blood, philiacs. Those are people that bleed to death because they lack what they call the clotting factor. So if you give them a cut, they will bleed to death because they don't have the clotting factor in their blood to sew that wound up. So they basically bleed to death. But like when you have normal clotting, the natural clotting factor, it helps to form what they call a strong platelet or a plug, and then a stable mesh will be formed, and it seals the clot over the platelet to stop the bleeding. But if you have hemophilia, you'll have what they call the lack of a natural clotting factor, and only a plug can form up. So that's why they bleed to death. And in reference to that, I know a lot of people have never heard that before, but hemophilia is like a hereditary disorder. I'm sure you've heard of that before, but it's a hereditary disorder when the blood fails to clot. It's like a lack of plasma in the blood for clotting and healing. Now, I know that people have never heard this part before, and I know they give all these reasons for slavery and all this stuff about how it was economic and all this other stuff, but they never told you that, you know, whites came to America with this disease, and they knew that they needed to rape the American Indians. And when that failed, because they gave these mixed Asians who have Rh negative blood types, they gave them diseases that killed them. They knew that they needed much more melanin, and only the original Native African blacks and the pure Africans had this. So in 1600 AD, they set out to kidnap black Africans from the West Coast, and they raped them for their pure, or for our pure black melanin. And that the 400 years would end in the year 2000 AD, or, you know, 1600 plus 400 equals 2000. So again, they offer their women up, you know, for use and to attract African American women to Euro American men, only to get the melanin, or being, you know, 4 generations have passed. After 4 generations, they begin to get sick, weak, and they fade away. And that's just some information about your melanin makeup. The reason for the slave trade had to do with your melanin makeup, or the real reason for the slave trade had to do with that. So now this is something that I know a lot of people have probably wondered about, but they never had an answer for it. And before this man came along, I never knew the answer to this issue. However, if you look at this, let me see if my computer is working here. I want to tell you guys something that's pretty revolutionary. I probably said a lot of revolutionary things so far, but I want to say something else. I want to say something else.
You are revolutionary.
Yeah, I was born that way.
That's right.
Yeah, born that way. This is he wrote this. He told us about this information a long time ago. You know how you have children born with these spots? They have blue spots, green spots. You bring a baby home from the doctor, from the hospital after they're born, and these babies have these patches of blue or patches of green on their skin. You ever seen that before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like,
you ever know?
But they go away after a while, right? For most.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what that's from?
What's that from?
This is what he says about that. He says the true color of your skin is green. Mm-hmm. The true color of your skin is green. This is what he says. I think this is in a book called The Science of Healing, or I don't remember, but I'll find out. He says, oftentimes in the past, I spoke to you about who and where you descended from, the original supreme beings who bore woolly hair 9 ether, or 9 to the 9th power of 9, and had an olive green skin tone. So he says that we once had an olive green skin tone. These original deities possessed chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is found in plants. These original deities possessed chlorophyll as the noticeable chemical. Many religions describe their gods as being green. Like Krishna of the Hindus, he is depicted as being aquamarine in color. The Native Americans use the color topaz. Topaz. The ancient Egyptian deities Osiris and Isis are constantly being drawn green. They say Isis is the bestower of life, giver of her goods to the gods, and giver of offerings to the spirits. She is a green goddess whose green color is likened unto greenness of the earth, the green veil between deity and man. The Esther of your Bible had a skin color that was green, greenish like the green of the myrtle. The real color of your skin is green, not brown. I repeat that again. The real color of your skin is green, not brown. Though you may say this sounds crazy, you are brown because you have rusted. Hold on, let me finish that. Let me explain. You have taken in so many ions and oxygen, which are poisoning your system. This green or this olive green skin tone you are taking or you are lacking is because the melanin in your body is deficient of a vital molecule called magnesium. Many people think that melanin is supposed to make your skin, brown. That's what many people think that. But the color brown, hold on a minute. But the color brown is, boy, this computer is something else.
Spitting too much truth, brother.
Yeah. I can't even, hold on a minute.
Yeah, take your time, brother.
Okay, but the color brown, people think it's supposed to be brown, but it's supposed to be green. Magnesium was lost from the melanin, and this was when iron took its place. So when you mix iron with water and oxygen, it rusts, right? So this rusting is this rusting color is your brown skin tone. Now it is no longer magnesium that is dominant in our blood, but it's iron, which when mixed with water and oxygen, both elements are essential to your life, and that is what turns your color brown instead of green. Oxygen has now become toxic to your bodies. Believe it or not, the constant inhaling of oxygen to the system is poisonous. It has certain radioactive isotopes, like 14-O, if you guys are familiar with isotopes, 15-O and 19-O. You may not believe this yet. If you do a little research, you will find that it clears up many oddities about our present biochemistry. The Neteru, which is the Egyptian name for the Anunnaki, had an excellent balance of zinc, copper, magnesium, and iron in their bloodstreams. To have green skin, copper would have to have been in abundance in their bloodstreams, in their blood. In other words, their blood would have had to have been more like chlorophyll. I'll stop right there for a minute, because if you guys ever study chlorophyll and melanin, the melanin molecule, they are almost exactly the same. Just wanted to throw that in there. So it would have been more like chlorophyll, or even a gold color. It would have been like a gold color. The constant inhaling and processing of toxic oxygen, and especially the content of CO2 in the air, as it is, you are killing yourselves. You are spending or speeding your life force, and you are bright and healthy looking, but you are aging more quicker than usual. We don't have enough zinc in our system, and this is why our sisters lack so much, labor so much in childbirth, because of the lack of zinc. He said, I'm not saying that the color brown is not a beautiful color, but it is still lacking something. And that lack is the color green. That chromatosphere, or I think actually it's called a chromatophore. 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 That chromatophore, that green, that magnesium that gives you the color chlorophyll base. So when you guys do some lookups on melanin, you'll find that's one of the first things I learned when I looked up melanin myself. And I want to piggyback on that information with something else that he said about the color green, which was very, very interesting. That was that information. He said there was a point in this on this planet where the atmosphere was so dense and so potent, that that is so strong that anyone who could survive in it had to have what they call sun-heated genes. Lots of melanin, strong amount of pigmentation, earth genes, and water genes inside enough to offset or balance the sun heat genes outside. While living beneath the water, the skin was shiny, greenish, bluish. Once on dry land, began to rust as copper and turn brownish, and as the sun burned us, onto black. That is why many black children, even today, are born with dark greenish, bluish spots over their bodies until they breathe in oxygen. Then their skin color changes to brown. Just as oxidation, as in burning or rusting, you also suffer oxidation during exposure to air and moisture. That is why you see the ancient deities of the color of lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli is like a turquoise color. That is why you see the deities, the color of lapis lazuli, or like greenish blue. Native Americans use that color a lot too. Or like greenish blue, Osiris, as well as the Indian deity Krishna. So the Indian deity Krishna was that color, Osiris was that color, and the Native Americans, they use lapis lazuli a lot, like with turquoise and stuff like that, with their different colors in their jewelry. So the sun-heated genes activated from your central sun, which is the sun that's inside of you, that solar plexus. You have a sun that's burning inside of you. One person once asked, what is our relationship to the sun? Well, you have a sun inside of you right now. It's called the solar plexus. And you know that there's a burning going on because when you take your hand and you breathe on it and you go like this, what do you feel? You feel heat on your hand, in the palm of your hand, right? And that heat is because there's a burning or combustion that's going on inside of you with the solar plexus. That's a gift that you got from the sun, because we are children of the sun. So the inner sun in your solar plexus is your divine link inside to the ancient deities who became flesh and blood beings. It says here, they were so strong and powerful from the illumination of their own inner sun, called nine ether, that they were Etherians. Etherians, they were not in physical form. They were Etherians, so the water contents therein, that is the cause the lapis lazuli skin shiny as sea creatures to become copper tone, and then jet black, also called blue people, all by melanin. So one person was asking, how do we go from being, so radically different from being sea creatures to being what we are right now? Well, this kind of explains that. That's why I talked about it. So this lapis lazuli, skin shining as sea creatures, became copper tone, and then onto jet black, also called the blue people. That's what they call us sometimes, all by melanin. So that's what says here. These strong genes are what made you grow kinky hair as babies, or used to be born with thin fur or curls until they begin to grow stronger. Then their fur or curls tighten up to naps or kinks. So the weaker the gene, the weaker the hair growth to fur, as the animals of Earth have. It says animals and humans who grow fur or thorns naturally. So that just gives you an example of how you became, or how we became what we are right now, how we came to be. And a couple more things I want to point out to you guys. Let's see here. This is a book written by his sister called My Brother the Extraterrestrial. She talks about when he was little, how he would be gone for 3 days and he would get these whippings from his mom because they would wonder where he was for 3 days. And he told them that he was with the little people that took him, and they were grooming him from that point. This is what his sister, his mother has no reason to lie. She just passed away. His sister has no reason. I don't see why she would lie. And everything she's saying is squares up with what he's been telling us. Okay, this is from My Brother the Extraterrestrial. I'll say page 136. 136. The question is, so our blackness and woolly hair is a blessing? Answer, yes, that is the actual fact. We have hair, all others have fur as other animals, beasts, yet we'll call it hair except on animals, then it's fur. All you have to do is look and see that they all have fur, not nappy, woolly, kinky hair as negroids, and many who mixed with negroids. Yet note why and how. You notice that the newborn babies of most all races are born with fur or no hair growth because their genes are at its weakest time. As they grow, they become stronger, and their fur curls or begins to curl from the digit 6 to the digit 9. That's why he calls it 9 ether, from straight fur to nappy hair. So the stronger the genes, the tighter the growth of the curl on the head because of mixing. Most people have thin growth on their bodies. Real strong gene people grow nappy hair on their bodies. Originally, negroids did not have any growths on their bodies, as I mentioned prior. Just as you noticed, real strong gene Nubians of Africa don't grow facial hair or body hair. After mixing, there was a need for antenna to attract more electricity to the body. So after mixing, there was a need for antenna for hair to attract more electricity to the body. And I talked about how electricity and hair can be used as a receiver. I talked about that in, I think, Nazi Germany and the Polarity War. I don't want to really get into that right now. So the question is, so the hair is a form of antenna? The question is asked. Yes. He's asking his sister. His sister's asking the question because this book is a book of question and answers that she wrote. So hair is a form of antenna? Yes, that is an actual fact. Yet, because of our black skin, we did not originally need to attract the sun's rays. It grew out of us, our central solar plexus. The blacks or negroids being the sun's original offspring, as Atun Ray, a birther of others, makes the sun feminine or feminine. Question, the sun is a female? Answer, yes, a giver of life. She empowered negroids with the same powers that she has, the power to be black and produce black offspring. In other words, your skin is black because, like all existence before any form of light or fire, you have blackness, dark material, dark energy, then the black hole onto the Big Bang, one of many. Why in their Bible they say Genesis chapter 1 verse 6, their God or Elohim, God said, let there be light, the Big Bang out of darkness. So what state was he in first? Darkness. So dark is not evil at all. Evil came with light, chaos. Where did their Lord Yahweh Jah dwell? In 1 Kings chapter 8 verse 12 and verse 2. Chronicles chapter 6 verse 1. He dwelt in darkness. So darkness or dark or blackness, black is not evil or wicked. Another adverse deception by white light people. Then he says here, so all that is dark is evil in the Bible and Quran. Is adverse forces at work on our minds? That's the question she asked. Yes, this is an actual fact. 6 minds working to reverse 9 minds. The sun we negroids have in our reproductive system is a solar system. Our central sun in our solar plexus and in the marrow of your bones is what is called sun heat genes. So the sun heat genes are in our solar plexus and in the bone marrow. They say supreme in Arabic. When you look it up, you see the root word bone, where warm blood is born or created. Question: what are sun heat genes? Answer: these sun heat genes in us become part of the blood, and they emanate outward to the skin, and your sun heat genes burn the skin black, even boil if you're cut, such as keloid that only Negaru or Negroids get. Because remember, I told you before, he said that the reason why Negroids keloid, you know, when a brother shaves his skin, like say the back of his neck, and he has all these bumps on the back of his neck, or if he shaves his skin and he has these big bumps that grow unless he puts some type of aftershave on, that's called keloiding. And only blacks keloid because of the properties in our skin. And he says that that was a property that indicates that we once had the ability to regrow our limbs. And so he says here, the sun heat genes burn the skin black, even boiled if you're cut, such as keloid, that only Negroids get. And outgrowth, as Negroids healed their skin, or as in ancient times, able to regrow limbs and even shape shift to grow wings in order to fly, as you see on ancient Egyptian records. Now, I know a lot of people think that shape shifting is crazy, but think about this. When you see shape-shifting, you see those movies where somebody morphs from, say, a human to a werewolf, or a human to some other type of being, or a human to some other type of creature, or one physical form changes to another physical form in an instant. Well, think about this. When you're a baby, let's say when you're first born, you're a zygote. You go from zygote to fetus to infant, infant to baby, or baby to young adult to maturation to old age, or middle age, and middle age to old age. Is not that a form of shape shifting, but over time, as opposed to in a condensed time frame? Is not when a woman has, when her body changes, and to accommodate the life form that's inside of her, growing inside of her womb, isn't that a form of shape shifting? So a lot of people want to spook things out, and they think things are so far fetched because the educational or miseducational system has so dumbed down our people, their people too, and has stolen our imagination to the point that we can't even imagine things. We can't even use our creative abilities. We're hamstrung, mentally hamstrung in so many ways. But so that's what I wanted to tell you about that part. Now, this will be more of the last part. This is from a book that he has. He has a series of books called The Formation. The Formation is part of a series called Patarak. Patarak means in the Sabaic language, the way, Patarak. Like I was mentioning for the brother in the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Islam is, from my understanding, it's a religious organization. We are a nation. To have a nation state, you need to have a law. You need to have a canon. You need to have a constitution. You need to be separate and distinct from this society. You need to have land. You need to have a language. If you don't have a language, you're not a nation. You need your own language, and that language is not Arabic. The language that we have is an ancient language. As a matter of fact, I know of a person that had a language book handy, and this professor, this white guy, he's a professor at some university. He said that he asked the brother, "Where did you get that script from?" He says, "Oh, I just found this book." He was just lying, basically. And he goes, "That script hasn't been used for 50,000 years. And if you go on the ancient script, you'll see the script that we write and that we have and that we use, and that's the ancient language that he reintroduced." So like I said, the history has to be renewed, and I don't see anybody else doing that. I really don't. Not to take anything away from anybody else, but this book called The Formation basically talks about how we came out of the waters as mermaids, then mermen, and then we traded our green, glowing, scaly skin for shiny, black, brown, copper tone skin. And copper tone, owing to oxidation, as I just mentioned. And, the word copper is related to the word nagar. If you read there's a book written, it says that copper tone, it talks about copper tone, and copper makes the connection between copper tone and copper craftsman. And then it uses the words, one word is spelled N-A-C-H-A-S-H, which means the same as N-A-K-H-A-S-H, which refers to a serpent. According to this, it refers to enchantment, divination, or wise people. And then there's another word, N-A-K-H-U-S-A-H, S-H-A-H, refers to copper, bronze, and brass. And let me just read it. Because it says in the book, it said that, you know, we lost what we had to float in water, you have to have what they call buoyancy. He said that we lost our buoyancy, or most of it, and we lost what we had like fish-like fins. We lost or shrunk what we had like gills. We still have a buoyancy system in the form of tonsils, spleen, appendix. You know, they take your appendix out and they say, oh, you don't need it anymore. But yet nature, when nature endows you with something, it's for a purpose. And of course, if you don't use it, you lose it. So the purpose that you're using it for is no longer applicable, so it's not functional. Just like when you don't work out anymore, those muscles atrophy, they waste away. What you don't use, you lose. So they take your tonsils out. Tonsils were part of your gills. They take your tonsils out because you don't need them anymore, because you needed them when you were underwater, breathing inside of your mother's womb in that water sac. They take the appendix when they do the appendix operation, or the tonsils. He also said that we lost what we had as pronounced webs between our fingers, and that's why newborns can swim underwater. And this was described in all this was described in this book that I have here called The Formation. So I'll just read a little bit from The Formation, just to reiterate those points. Let's see here. It says here, the original flesh and blood deities on planet Earth birthed the first world people, Panagaru, the Negroids on this orb, Earth, had to be sufficiently prepared by natural nature, spiritually, physically, as well as mentally, to withstand the great heat and high humidity of a very young and powerful atmosphere which existed at birth and beginning of this universe. This atmosphere attracts our ancestors still. You, Pathites, Nubans, the first creation, the first to stand, walk, and speak here, were in the deep waters. Then you were thrown on dry land, as I mentioned earlier, by natural occurring events in nature, such as tidal waves, hurricanes, and tsunamis. Remember, this was long before any other humanoids. The females spoke the first words 54,000 years ago. We've been around for much longer than that, but remember, there's been different incarnations of humans on this planet, so we're not the first ones. And there's, like I said, there were more than one Adam and Eve. That's why I was trying to make that point. So the females spoke the first word 54,000 years ago. This seed were survivors. Many did not survive and died off with the original 9 races to remain in only 4 features of our own race of Pathites. You find today 4 different features of Panagar Salal, the Negroid race. The very tall, then the very short, and those in between. We had no hair until after we came out of the waters as mermaids and mermen, called in their holy book Dagon. Like I mentioned before in 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7, where it's talking about Dagon. They put that word Dagon in there for a reason. Dagon was a fish god that people used to worship in Philistine, the Philistinians. And that's in 1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2 through 7. It says, we rode unicorns in their holy book, Job. That's in Job 39, verse 10. It says here, and when people see these types of verses in the Bible, they wonder, what does that mean, or how is that significant? Well, the verse says something along the lines of, can you bind the unicorn with his band in the furrow? Or will he harrow the valleys after thee? That's why they stuck it in there, because this stuff was real. So we rode unicorns in their holy book, defended our race from sea monsters in their holy book, Psalms 104, 21 through 24, for those of you who need a reference. And some of us flew. Another reference would be Job 41:1. Some of us flew by the skies, by wings we did glide. That's right. He says, some of us flew by the skies, by wings we did glide. Because remember, I mentioned that we were in so many different forms. Some existed on land, some in the air, some, existed in swamps, forests, trees, etc., etc. Some returned to the deep and still dwell there today. This planet was our home before chaos and disease was grafted and made to resemble man, the human beast. We grew sun-shiny black skin as our green scales fell off. We became copper tone, which is the meaning of Nagar in Sumerian. So that's how we became to be what we are now. That's why we lost. That's why we don't have. That's why we're in the form that we're in right now. Because somebody was trying to make the leap between a scaly, amphibious, creature versus a smooth-skinned creature that we call humans today. We grew sun-shiny black skin as our green scales fell off. We became copper tone, which is the meaning of Nagar in Sumerian, which means of the likeness of the metal copper, as found in the book called There Were Giants Upon the Earth, chapter Gods and Other Ancestors. It says here, to quote that book, Nagar means copper craftsman, copper tone, listed among Inky deities. And that's by Zechariah Sitchin. Also related to Nakash or Nakash. So the word Nagar is also related to the word Nakash, which I mentioned earlier. Nakash was spelled Nakhash or Nachash in their holy book. Hebrew Strong's number, if you want a reference for the Hebrew Strong's number, is number 5154 and also 5174 through 75. So Nakash, also said, pronounced Nakusha, means brass, copper, bronze. And Nakash, Nakhash, refers to sea people, divination, enchantment. Hebrew Strong's number 5172, 5173, and 5175. And it says here, the copper symbol of the medical use today was of Tahuti, used to heal snake bite, which is in their Bible, John 3, verse 14, where it says, and Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, which is from Numbers 21:9, and Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole, and it came to pass that if a certain serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. When he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. It's talking about in the Bible, there was a story in Numbers where these Israelites were being bitten and to heal them, he would just take this serpent of brass and these people would become healed. And what they're basically talking about is the medical symbol, which they use today, which was also stolen and incorporated into their medical system. That's why you see the medical system where you see the snake coiled around the medical staff. That's where it came from. So where it says here, where you read the word brass, it really means copper, because it says here, and Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole, and it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. So where you read the word brass, it is actually copper. So we were glowing in the seas, and on land we rusted to negroid, copper tone. And this is what Enki called us, Nagar, copper tone, in his tongue, Sumerian. It also meant wise ones, keepers of the secrets, or protectors of the 720 degrees. So, and then there's another part, what I wanted to read here, the last part. We grew hair on our bodies. Some were raped much later and grew fur on their bodies. I mentioned that. This is also why newborn babies can naturally swim. So we grew kinky spiral hair, lost our fish-like fins, lost most of our buoyancy, our glowing green scales for copper-toned skin, our webs between our fingers and toes shrunk, and we lost, or better yet, shrunk our gills. Yet we still long for the sea water by our nature. Know the actual facts about yourself. Evidence of your shrinking gills and your buoyancy system still remain in you as the tonsils, appendix, and spleen. That's part of your buoyancy system. What most call the third eye or eye seat the third eye seat, or the center, was how you projected sounds beneath the waters. The third eye, that's how we projected sounds beneath the waters. You became amphibians, able to live on land as well as beneath the waters, your first home. Much has been lost or forgotten about you. Most within the past 6,000 years, when the overlords of the cursed seed of the lepers taught them the arts of Leben Magas, white magic, later called Wiccan. They put you under a spell of amnesia to make you lose your power and forget how you did great things on this planet before them. They took your lands, changed your tongue, and cut you off from your black magic powers called Nupu, and gave you religious beliefs. Now the time is on. The divine circle of time has come as of the year 2000 AD, which is 6000 AD, which means after AD, and the 24,000th year to start a new 24,000 year cycle. So, as you know, I'm sure you can see now why, when I mentioned in part one, why Adam and Eve in the Haggadah, the Jewish, the compilation of various Jewish fables, myths, and legends, why in the Haggadah Adam and Eve needed clothing and they were naked. It talked about how there was a relevance between, or connection between, labor and sweat, because it said in the Bible in Genesis that man would work by the sweat of he was condemned to work by the sweat of his brow. Before that, he didn't sweat. And so now you know why in the Haggadah, in those stories, it talked about the true meaning of the fall of man. You know, the relevance of labor pains. What is the relevance of labor pains? I'll tell you that in just a moment. Now you know the relevance of their new ability to reproduce. So the relevance of all that is that scaly reptilian skin is a natural clothing in its own right, but human flesh is naked by comparison, because reptiles do not have sweat glands, but mammals, human ones, work by the sweat of their brow. And reptiles, they don't have labor pains. They lay eggs. They lay eggs. So by the way, he actually told us before that there would come a time that women would actually lay eggs, and we didn't know what he was talking about. So years later, I looked it up and I found out that women were actually in the hospital giving birth, not to babies, but to babies encased inside of eggs. You know how reptiles give birth to eggs? They lay eggs. Women, you can look this up. You can see the images of these women giving birth, not to a baby crying and screaming, but to a baby encased inside of a soft egg. And he told us that women would be laying eggs. He told us that years ago, and then people thought he was crazy. But everything this man has said has come to pass. So I don't know what type of track record, you know, people you know have, but I don't know anybody with a track record like this. Says things and then they come to pass. So I guess in summary, I could probably say, you know, over different cycles of time, you had ancestors or different ancestors, or ancestors over different different periods of time. I mean, you had, I don't know, you had the, I guess you start with the concept of panspermia, where the dolphin of the womb came and seeded the planet with those subatomic particles. Those subatomic particles morphed into protozoans, from protozoans to amoebas. Those amoebas later became those ogdoads, or those fishmen, mermaid, which emerged from the water, some amphibious, some returned to fly, etc. There was a point where Meldekians, they actually mixed in with us, which accounts for part of our disagreeable nature. And then you have the story of the 9 Enads, which were also related, another genetic group. And then you have your ancestors, then you have your parents, and then you have you. You know, and you can also consider these some of these beings, they represent not just actual beings, but they represent frequencies, vibrations, tones, and subatomic particles. Now, this may sound crazy to some people, but your scientists that study quantum physics, they found out that when they take a electron microscope and they aim it on a human being, that they found out that humans is nothing more than a sum total of subatomic particles. So, if for those of you who need a reference, because sometimes a black man says things and it doesn't make sense, so people reject it out of hand. And usually when people say things that are novel and new, the first thing that happens is, one, it's ridiculed. Next, it's viciously attacked or violently attacked. And third, the final stage is the information is later accepted as fact. So I'm no different than anyone else in terms of if someone reveals information that's new, in terms of maybe me being attacked or the information, I don't take it personally because that's just the way it goes. And that's the price a person pays for being a trailblazer and stepping outside of the box and being a nonconformist. So, with all that I've said, of course, I've covered the contemporary accounts of reptilians, the ancient accounts of reptilians, and then I've covered the ancient Egyptian stories of creation, and I married that with information that shows that or indicates that we have a connection to the water. Mm-hmm. So, who is the resident alien in the reptilian next door? The title basically is a play on words. I came up with that title because I wanted an intriguing title, but I wanted also a title that dealt with the topic at hand. So resident alien simply means that your physiology, if you study your physiology and you remove that religious influence, which has clouded our vision, because what I'm saying is nothing novel or deep or heavy, it's just common sense. If you study it, it reveals a reptilian ancestry, like it or not. And the reptile next door, of course, would be your fellow human being, Hueman. But some people would say, well, I'm not related to no damn mermaids and frogs. And, you know, I'm not a reptilian. I'm a divine human being. And I was created in God's image from the dust of the ground. Well, that's Bible talk, and we have already shown you where these concepts were stolen from at the beginning of the story. That's why I weave it together that way. So for those of you who want to stubbornly hold on to your man-made dogma and religious fantasy, then that's your prerogative. But be advised, it doesn't change the inescapable fact. You know, it doesn't change the fact that humans are, depending on gender and, of course, on body fat content, largely composed of water. It doesn't change the fact that your skin will start to dry and flake and scale if you don't immerse yourself periodically, I would hope regularly, in a tub of water, or that you will get ashy scales unless you got some lotion. You know, it doesn't change the preceding mountain of evidence that you have, that I've given you on this topic. And there's more than this. I mean, this is just scratches the surface. So you know how crocodiles, they bask in the sun. You know how you've seen those nature shows where the crocodile's basking in the sun? He's just chilling, right? You've seen those shows, right? Mm-hmm. And you know how they sunbathe. And they do that to basically regulate their body temperature, as I understand it. And when they reach the desired temperature, because they're cold-blooded animals, when they reach the desired temperature, you ever wonder why they suddenly, they just they flip their tail around and they quickly whip their body around and they run back into the water with those little hands and those cute little legs. You ever wonder why they do that?
I know. What's up with that?
They do it so that they don't dehydrate.
Oh.
That's why they rush back into the water, because frogs do it too. We had a turtle when I was a little boy named Chabu. And Chabu, we take him out the water, and boy, after he was out the water 4 times, he wanted to get back in that water. He'd be running back towards that water. And, we as humans do the same thing. It may not be as dramatic as what an alligator or crocodile does. And we may not go out in the sun and with our mouths wide open, and some people walk around with their mouths wide open. But we might not do that Some people do.
Right, it's true.
And we may not, suddenly whip our tail around because we don't have a tail. Well, actually, we still do. But we don't whip our tails around and our cute little baby crocodile arms, and we don't dive into the water. But our action is synonymous with the crocodile. We as humans do the same thing. We perform the same equivalent behavior, although our activity is not as dramatic. So our activity is more toned down, more, I guess, human, more ordinary, more mundane. And what activity is that? Every day you get up in the morning and you go to get a glass of water. Well, some may say I drink juice or I drink milk, I drink soda. No matter what you say, the point is still the same. Because the reason why you drink fluids, preferably water, is so that you won't, like the sun-bathing crocodile, dehydrate and die. So if you weren't a water creature, an amphibious being, a fish woman or a fish man, then water wouldn't be the most important thing in your survival hierarchy, because you can survive without food longer than you can live without water. Without water, you'll be dead in a matter of days, and it is therefore more essential than solid food. And some people might say, well, you actually, the most important thing is air. Well, what is air? What is air composed of? What's the other word for air? What do they call it?
It's water. I mean, it's
water vapor.
Right.
So there you have it. We're here. We are living in an aquarium called planet Earth, and we think we're humans or something other than other life forms on this Earth, and we've deceived ourselves into thinking that we don't live on an aquarium. We live in an aquarium. So, by the way, it would behoove you guys to drink more water anyway, because dehydration causes so many problems, like bowel movements, constipation. If you're going to the bathroom and you're fighting with yourself to do what you need to do, then you're dehydrated. If you have erectile dysfunction, often because you have a lack of blood flow, and oftentimes drinking plenty of water will change that. Trust me.
That's right.
Don't believe me? Get the book called Your Body's Many Cries for Water. That's just an aside.
And don't drink 2 gallons of water and think that you'll spring to attention. This is something that your tissues need to be saturated.
It'll happen pretty quick.
Yeah.
But you can also drink too much water. You should actually drink your body weight and half of your body weight in ounces per day, because you can drink too much water too. So, but bottom line, if you can exist and live and bathe for 9 months inside of a watery abode called your mother's womb as a developing child, and if you can reside on a supersized aquarium, a literal water world known as planet Earth, for your entire life, why is it so far-fetched to not believe, but to know that mermaids, human amphibians, and bipedal reptilian beings exist, especially when you see them every day, and the evidence resides not only in your very physical makeup, but externally as well in the form of other humans that live right next door. It's because your vision has become clouded with nonsense religious dogma and man-made concept of spirituality, or rather concepts created by a kind of man, synthetic information from a synthetic form of life that just recently even arrived on the planet. You can't even accept it because the affirmation you're receiving today was preempted by a middleman. And that middleman wedged himself in between you and your perception and the actual reality, and provided you with a synthetic version of reality called normalcy. And just like in the business world, it's called the first mover advantage. Once a company gets in early and they gain market share, they dominate that industry, and it's hard for anybody to come in later to penetrate that market. Similarly, in the real world, the fake alien academics have first dibs to put nonsense education in your brain. And when someone like me comes along with some common sense, it's difficult to penetrate that invisible wall of educational ignorance. That's why we have to get them when they're young.
That's right.
And that basically concludes the reptilian next door. That's
Really,
what I wanted to tell you guys about the reptilian. A brother did ask a question about, I don't see how we don't have tails. Oh, yes, we still do. They call it, they mask it with these technical names. They call it tailbone, right? They call it COCCYX, coccyx, and they also call it caudal appendage, CAUDAL appendage, APPENDAGE, caudal appendage. That's a tailbone. And some people are still born with tails to this day.
Oh, indeed.
They get them cut off. So yeah, this man, he takes all this massive information, all this seemingly unconnected, disconnected, irrelevant information, and he weaves it all together. So yeah, that is a reformer. And that is one of his titles. So that was my inspiration. That was what I wanted to provide to you guys, and I hope you guys got something out of it.
Most definitely.
How many people on the line?
We have
not too many.
Well, probably. We have 418 viewers on the show on YouTube. That's not counting others, but in the chat room, I can't really tell on this particular program. I'd have to look. Okay, let me look right here. Hold on. Okay, I can't really tell that. I can just tell the viewers. So the viewers are much more than what's in the chat room. You know, the chat room is the cream of the crop. Not to knock the viewers, but they're relaxing, laying back and absorbing what you have to say. And all I can say for those who are viewing but not in the chat room talking, that's okay. Just share this great teaching. You're here this time of the morning. You know it's something good for that many people to be here consistently. So it's a good thing.
Yes.
And I won't add anything more toward the end, but you wrap it down as you see fit, and it will be wrapped down. I'll just play a little music toward the end, but there'll be no more talking from me.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah, well, probably it's Friday night, so 400 people probably out and about and doing things.
But that's to say, it's a good thing that is that number, because this is a time for them to be out and about doing things, are up or whatever, but they're still here on the show to listen to you.
You're right. You're absolutely right. The people that are on this chat now, I wonder how many of those heard the first one.
Right. Let's get a little yes or no. Yes, if you heard the first one. No, if you didn't. And I'll actually in a little while, or after the show is over, I'll drop the first link below the book of list, the list of books. I'm sorry, and YouTube videos below, so that way they can go and find it easier.
Yeah, drop the one I sent you, because the one I sent you included one extra reference, which was an audio tape, and the audio tape was a part of what I read last thing about the transmission that we got, and it came out in 1993, and I read it because, as I mentioned, that audio tape was so poorly, the sound quality was so bad, and so many people complained about it that I had to write it out so that people could get that information. So that's why I wrote it out, and that's why, and I included the name of that transmission in there too, so if they want to maybe look that up.
Right. We got
and then other links in there too.
Right.
Yeah, all the other links are in there. So yeah, but yeah, it's tip of the iceberg though. There's a lot more information, and the thing about this information is that it is progressive. It's not stagnant. It's not, we're not talking about something we talked about 30 years ago, 20 years ago. It's constantly increasing.
Yes.
And he said that before. He said, I'm going to take you to a place where nobody on this planet can even follow this information. Yeah.
It shows you how the schools haven't done anything for us except give us cheap filler to populate our brain cells. Nothing.
So this information, I'm glad, is going around the planet. It needs to go around the planet. People need to. This is the age of Aquarius, and it's time for people to wake up.
Yes.
And we need to know who's who on the planet Earth. Who you are on the planet Earth. What your lineage is, your ancestry, your descendancy. You need to know that. And so the brother was asking, "What is this?" I think it was Supreme 7 was asking, what does this have to do with black people? Well, I don't think anybody on this line would be asking that question now. I don't think they'll be asking what the relevance is of this to black people. And maybe that was because he probably got on late And if you get on late, then you do yourself a disservice because you didn't. At least if you're going to ask a question, listen to the whole thing, and then
Right.
So maybe he didn't get on the. He didn't hear the whole thing. But
there'll always be those,
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't know what his situation is, but hopefully he'll get back on. And I like to hear his response. I like to hear what he has to say. I'm open-minded.
That's right. And please, everyone, utilize the comment section of this and all of the other Zamal Tamaray videos, because he wants to hear what you have to say. He wants to hear your questions, and pretty much keep it on the recent videos. Like he's not. I don't think he has the time to go back to the first one and the second one, but maybe you can breeze through those too. I have an app on my phone where I get every single comment, even if it's 5 years old. If you put it on a video, I get it immediately. A lot of folks get slick and try to stick little stupid comments in, but we're using this constructively. So on this particular video, for this particular topic, after this, if you didn't see this live and it goes up and you're seeing this after the fact, just go on in and just put questions. Brother Zamal is going to look through the chat room. He's going to look through, the comment section, and that would help him to answer other questions, even when he does subsequent shows. It helps him to study and where you want to learn, and what he'll study it, and he'll come here and he'll drop it for you. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. You know what I mean? And also, here in the comment section, live, drop your appreciation. Just say, hey, Brother Zamal, before the show's over, say, Brother Zamal, listen, I enjoyed it, whatever. That goes a long way. He's putting some hours in. He's doing the real work. You can't even get this in your daggone college, university with this intensity, because they're not allowed to talk about stuff like this. You're getting the real raw stuff, and he's giving you references and backing it up. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yep. And I use their references, and I also use our references too. Not that I need their references, but some of our people need that, so I give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
And this man has always told us to study everything. And if he had anything to hide, that would be if I was a plagiarizer, the last thing I would want to do is to tell people to study everything. I just tell them, just study my books, study my information. No, that's someone that wants to empower you.
That's right.
I'm not trying to hoard any information. But 400 people is a lot for Friday night.
Yeah.
I see Chazzy Mocha, to whoever this guy is talking. Thank you so much for the information, brother or sister. I don't know if it's brother or sister, but I appreciate you. Let's see. Did everybody hear both episodes? Probably not. Yeah, they're probably. Can you hear me, Lance?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, they're probably. It'll be beneficial for them to hear everything.
Okay, what I'm gonna do? Yeah. I'm gonna actually, if you give me a second, I'm gonna go in there and get that other one and drop it in the chat room since we're talking about it, and I'll still drop it below.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me a hot second, and I'll do that right now.
I wonder how these people heard about the chat.
You mean how they heard about this show? Or?
Yeah.
Well, let us know right now. For those who are here, let us know how you found Brother Zamal. If you're a regular on the channel and you just got it that way, or if you're somebody who just, I tagged these up a certain way to really reach out further, and you might have found it randomly or through a thumbnail while watching another video. We'd like to know how you found the teachings of Brother Zamal, whether it's this show, that show, the older shows, and some feedback. Drop it in right now or in the comment section if you're listening to this after. It helps a good way for me to know how you found it, and I can emphasize. It's like when you go to a store and they say, hey, a small store, they say, how did you find us? And 80% of the people say we found you from the billboard that you put up at the major intersection. And maybe 15% say,
really?
No, I'm just saying, like, for example.
Oh, yeah.
No,
mm-hmm.
Or 15% may say, oh, the newspaper ad. Another 5% may say, oh, the internet. Well, then what's your best way of getting, since 80% came there on the billboard, then you want to put up more billboards, and you might discontinue the other bits of investment into other advertising. So for me, I'm always trying out new things that I'm way out there. Yeah, I'm always trying out things that a lot of folks are not even down with yet. I'm always studying. I'm on some new stuff this day. I'll keep that the rest. We're going to keep it on topic, but just like I said, let us know how you found Brother Zamal, and so that way we can work to increase the reach, because we distribute the product so many different ways on different platforms, different times, different algorithms. I want to know the best. You can be a fighter on the other side of the ring and swing, but the fighter is way on the other side. You won't reach him. You got to get close. So you have to know how to be effective. That's as far off the topic as I'll go.
Yeah, well, one of the brothers in the chat said, or sisters in the chat said that, and they're right. And I forgot to mention this. If you take a microscope or a magnifying glass and you examine your skin, you'll see that you have scales in your skin. But we don't do any type of self-investigation. A lot of us don't do research. And of course, we've been dumbed down by a clown that calls himself a civilizer or civilized. And he never taught us anything. So yeah, you look at your skin structure and the texture of your skin, you'll see that it's nothing more than a modified form of scales. And that Adam and Eve story, it's talking about your fall in terms of, becoming something less than what you were before. You were a luminous, shiny reptilian. And you're still reptilian in so many respects right now. That's why men have semen. They call his sperm semen.
Isn't that something?
See, it's right in plain sight. Everything is in plain sight, but we are so busy, we're so occupied, so preoccupied, so busy doing nothing, really running around in circles. And it's designed that way. Got people walking around in some damn masks right now. And people are now getting more, just off topic a little bit, people are getting more rashes and more gingivitis as a result of wearing these masks. And of course, they didn't tell these people, and this is why they don't teach science in school. They didn't tell these people that these masks should be washed every day. How are you going to put something on your face every day that has germs and debris and bacteria on your face every day? It's just like putting your hands on your face.
It's like wearing the same underwear every day and never washing it. How about that?
Yes, exactly. But people are they're like children. They don't know. And I say that, you know how they say that the World War II generation was the greatest generation? Excuse my French, but that was a bunch of bullshit. The greatest generation of what? Greatest generation of dupes. Why? Because they were fighting a war to advance for the advancement of world government, for one worldism. That's what they were fighting for. And I would even say now, I would say that they're not even the greatest generation of dupes. The present generation is the greatest generation of dupes, because if you were fooled by a World Trade Center bombing, and if you were fooled by the bombing of the Oklahoma Center in Oklahoma, the Murrah building, and if you were deceived by a 911, then deceiving you with an international pandemic is a piece of cake. Because whenever you allow them 1 degree, then they take more and more and more. So now they're like a predator. They're a predatory race anyway. They taste blood. They smell blood. They sense blood. They're going for the jugular now. This is end game for these folks.
That's right. And
these foolish people are their biggest supporters. They watch too much damn TV. If people weren't watching TV, which is monopolized by the so-called chosen few, then nobody would be wearing the damn mask.
There you go.
But we're enforcers of our own enslavement. Wow. Because now what they want to do is this is nothing but a beta test to see how many people are going to comply. And if you comply, if they comply with this, we can go for the chip. They want mandatory vaccinations to chip you. That's what they want. And a lot of fools are going to go for it. And that's why you have to be a part of a nation state. You can't be a part of their jurisdiction, their corporate United States jurisdiction. Otherwise, they see you as property. You're part of the system. And if you're in a religious organization, you're of them. You don't have any type of protection. So that's what I want to know. And for people that are criticizing, what do they have to compare to what this man has done? What is their solution? That's what I like to know. And for all the criticism he's getting, when have they criticized their masters? They never criticized them. I never hear it. Oh, you lied to us about all this. I don't hear them going up against the Catholic Church. Oh, you lied to us about this, or the Christian Church. You lied to us about that. I don't see them taking them to task. So that's off topic, but I don't know how I got on that. But
that's okay, brother.
It was somehow connected. I don't know how, but it was connected in some way.
That's right. No
I think I was talking about scaly skin. Yeah. Well, the truth hurts. A lot of people, when some people do find out, this is great for people that are finding it out now, because when they do find out and the deal is actually done, this will be an immunity and a protection for you, psychologically speaking.
Yeah. Because
when they find out what the real truth is, some people won't be able to take it. Now you have received some protection, and now you're psychologically seasoned, if you want to say that.
Shock.
You've been seasoned. You won't go through the shock, and you've been seasoned now. Now you know. So this will soften the blow for you and to allow you to maintain your sanity, because you don't want to be outsane. You want to be insane. Yeah, I said you want to be insane, not outsane. You don't want to be out of your mind, out of sanity. You want to be insane. That's another trick with the English language. Nothing but a language of deception. You want to be outsane. You want to be out of your mind. You don't want to be out of your mind. You want to be insane. You want to be in your mind, in your right mind. And this topic is also important because you know how they're trying to, again, they want to monopolize the narrative and tell you that, they're trying to, slowly bring us to the conclusion that, extraterrestrials are real. But they're trying to do it on their own terms.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why? Why are they investing so much money in these extraterrestrial movies? I'll tell you why. Because they wrote a document years ago that they would basically everything would be on the table in terms of them using whatever tool at their disposal to implement this one world government. And one of the things that would be on the table was the fake simulation of an UFO or alien landing or takeover of the planet. And so they would stampede the people into global government, stampede them into their arms and into their protection and into their guidance so that they can implement this one world solution, their version of the final solution. So the whole thing would be staged by them anyway. That's why they can't really come out and tell you everything about these extraterrestrials, because they've been trading human bodies for genetic experiments that they're doing on people. They're taking these people's bodies and they're trading these people for technology that they got from the extraterrestrials. That's where they got all this damn technology from. They didn't create nothing.
That's right. And that's why they got all these bodies now toe tagged with coronavirus, and they didn't even die that way. The hospitals are slaughterhouses. And for those of us who may be poor and can't afford certain health benefits or health care, we're sitting ducks, and then we get killed in these shootouts. We have these men with black masks on and black body armor, and it looks like it's black on black crime, but they never speak about white on white crime. And then we get killed.
They never talk about white on white. It's always black on white. What about white on white?
Right. And that's the majority.
That shows you how racist they are.
That's the majority. Right. And then we are dead, and they bring us right to the hospitals. And look, organs are not good, after a while. But I'm telling you, in my heart, this is what I feel. All of these hospitals, all over, they have special areas there where regular nurses and workers don't go. And they go in there and they take these bodies and they extract the organs and preserve them.
They all do.
And then we're crying over our loved one, because the funeral parlor has it now. We need to rip back the shirts and see if there's any scars. You understand? So people say, oh, I can't do that. We need to expose some things.
Yep. Expose it all. Expose everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's really. I know of a doctor that said that there's always. See, everybody in the hospital is not privy to what's going on, but there's always a handful of people that are privy to the real deal. And there's always a handful of people that are involved in the organ harvesting.
Yes.
And she said that when you go into a hospital, even if it's for something minor like a car crash, you're a perfect candidate for organ harvesting.
Right.
Perfect.
Right.
And so there's certain people in the hospital that are in there. There's always somebody floating in that room, in that operating room, looking for someone to harvest. And everybody in there is not in the know, but there's certain people in that hospital at different levels that they know what's going on, and they are coordinating this. And they're carrying out these assassinations and these organ harvestings. Because she was a medical doctor. She said that. That's what she said. Wow. And she said that they even have, all hospitals have a special adaptation on the top of their hospital, so that when someone is an organ harvest candidate, before that person is even rolled into the operating room, they are on the phone with the organ harvesting representative, and that person can often be flown in or helicoptered in to that location before that operation is even completed, before the operation even starts. And, you know, you've heard cases of people going into the hospitals for minor thing, and then they wake up on the operating room table getting ready to be operated on, or harvested, even sued for this. Yeah, this is capitalism. That's why I say capitalism is nothing but a form of cannibalism and human sacrifice. Ultimately, that's what it is.
Oh, I have something for you, brother, from Ebony Williams. She said, remind him that he was going to discuss why the reason for labor pains.
What did she say?
No, you're going to discuss the reason for labor pains.
Yeah, because I was making the connection that all of these things are things that humans do. They're human traits. Remember in the Bible, it's in the biblical story, he said that he would curse Eve with labor pains. So obviously she wasn't having labor pains before, because reptilians, when they reproduce, they lay eggs. They don't have labor pains. Adam was forced to work by the sweat of his brow because reptilians do not sweat. Humans sweat. You know? I hope that answered the question. But yeah, that's why I mentioned that. I was going to actually ask the people I was going to put it out there as a question, but I just kind of just said it anyway. But yeah, that's why.
Right.
You know. Did I answer your question? And did she? And you guys see the picture of this actual person. This is a person that has ichthyosis. And these people try to explain it away. So, it's a disease, and you know, they don't know jack. There's a lot of things that they don't know, that they're just learning about themselves that they didn't even know. That's why they were going. Well, I'll explain that on another topic. It'll be I'll tell you where they came from.
The mysteries of the world finally being exposed.
Reptilians don't have sweat glands. Mammals do. Reptilians don't have labor pains. They lay eggs. That's women. You know, women have labor pains.
Wow.
And remember when I told you guys in those Jewish writings, not just in the Jewish writings, but other writings too. But if you look at the totality of writings, they all these cultures are talking about these reptilian beings. All of these cultures.
It's a common thread. It can't be wrong.
Yep. I especially lean to the ancient accounts. And I mentioned the part about the Sumerians. They even had a text they call the Sumerian king list. The king list, King, a list of kings that ruled Sumeria. And you know how they talk about in the Bible how these people lived all these advanced ages, 1,000 years and 900 years and this and that. According to the king list, these beings, you know, live for thousands and thousands of years. Thousands of years. And when you come to this planet as an example, people wonder why they do a lot of these experiments, these quote unquote aliens. If you ever watch Avatar, Avatar was dealing with these beings that, in order for them to come to that planet, they had to adopt an indigenous skin suit to incarnate on that planet. So to incarnate on that planet, they had to use the species that were there. So that's why that's one of the reasons why they do the experiments too, so that they can incarnate on this planet, and that's why they change and morph a lot of these different beings when they come to this planet. But there's much more, a lot more. Any other questions? Actually, this information I wanted to put out, it's such a lot of information. I know people would probably have questions, and I thought that I would just put it out there and then just let people let it germinate. So they'll probably have questions at another time.
Man, it was a heavy night tonight.
How do we break this down?
So this has been a heavy night tonight, as always, brother.
Yeah. Somebody says, how do we break this down to a person who's never heard this before? I know it's true because a few days I prayed for confirmation. I want to know if backwards and forwards. Listen to the tape and read the books that I listed in the chat, and you'll be able to dance through that Bible and show them that it's true. It'll become a part of your DNA, your matrix, and you'll be able to spit this information out, and it'll be inside of you, and you'll be able to convey it. Trust me. You have to study. That's just no way around it. So, and then if you just base it on the physiological aspects, how we live inside of a water sac for 9 months inside of our mother. 9 months.
For real.
We're breathing underwater. We have a tail. Okay? If humanoid reptilians were not something out of the ordinary, why was Eve talking to a doggone reptile, a humanoid bipedal reptile? Why was she talking to unless that was just a normal state of affairs?
Exactly.
Obviously normal. It was normal to her. Because if I see something like that and it's a monster or something, then I'm gone.
Feet don't fail me now.
But at the same time, some of them are really beautiful. I mean, and they're highly, highly, highly intelligent, highly advanced.
Mm-hmm.
And then the disagreeable ones are very malevolent. And people think, like I mentioned in the prior one, just because something is a reptilian that it's bad. There are good ones and bad ones. Just like you got bad people and you got good people. Mm-hmm. Some of them are benevolent towards humans, like some of the ones that the Indians knew about, the Nagas. They were a benevolent race of reptilians, whereas some of them want us to be destroyed. So it depends on which one you're looking at. Mm-hmm. Some of them they're brilliant. And then I told you guys about another book, The Body Snatchers by Susan Reed. Mm-hmm. He told us to read that book. Excellent book. That's about the ones that are controlling the planet. But yeah, you can run away from this topic, but you're not going to get away from this reptilian topic. And I just wanted to take this thing, take the bull by the horns, and just counter this, take this thing on head on, and just deal with it. And just put it out there, because I've had this on my mind for many years. And I've told some people, and people just, because of that religious influence, like I said, they have that first mover advantage. They got there first to first base before I can get to somebody. So now they've already implanted in them nonsense, and then the older person gets, the harder it is for them to change. So this information I'm putting out is primarily for the youth, because that's where the change is going to come. So the babies that are being born right now, that are coming out 10 years from now, they come from say a broken home, they need to have this information, because by the time they're 10 and over, by the time they're 10, some of them are stick-up kids. So this has to be out. And I'm not discounting the elders as well. This is also for the open-minded elders. If the elders are open-minded, great. Then you should be teaching them.
That's right.
Because everybody's always talking about, well, they should do this in the school. They should teach that. They shouldn't teach nothing. That's your job. That's your job to teach the youth. And one thing I do want to teach a lot is what they call Black history. That's
Real
a passion.
Black history.
Real Black history. Just straight Black history. I'm gonna hit y'all with some of those topics, just to change it up. I don't want to just go serious all the time, you know.
Right.
Although I'm a very serious person, but you know, I like to be versatile. You know, let's see. Anybody got any more questions? So hopefully, beautiful Me Hair Studios. I hope that makes sense. Get a copy of all those books that I listed in that in the chat,
it's down below.
Or in the that's why I gave you those books. You can definitely get Freaks on the Perfect Creature. You can there's a store that you can call. One of them is in Chicago. I know they need the most help right now. So the one that's in Chicago, contact them. All Eyes on Egypt. Give them a call, and they'll be around tomorrow, and they'll be able to help you with that. But the books that would help you the most would be Resident. That's my title. No, that audio tape. Who are the people on the planet before Adam and Eve is a great. I actually read that in part 1. But the Intelligent Design, Divine Design, or Plot of Aliens, the Supreme Being, Melaninite Race. Actually all of those books. Mythology you may not be able to find. Freaks on the Perfect Creature. I would probably get that first. That and Intelligent Design, Divine Design. And then that book, Flying Serpents and Dragons, the story of mankind's reptilian past. That's a must-have. And then, you know what you could do also, what she could do is, there was a guy named Credo Mutwa. Credo Mutwa was an African shaman. He talked a lot about this. He had an interview with David Icke. And he had ancient replicas and artifacts, everything. And if you can get one of those videos, he has a video called The Reptilian Agenda. If you can get that and get somebody to watch it, that's irrefutable proof right there. But if their brain is in the heavens, like in a biblical heaven or a Quranic heaven or a Judaic heaven, I try to just deal with things that are more down to earth, which is the physiology of the human body.
Right.
The unmistakable correspondences between our bodies and reptiles, and if you study how reptiles are so related to humans, then the comparisons and the similarities will be unmistakable. Ask them. Ask them, why do we have to get our tonsils removed? Well, so God gave us something that we don't need, and it expires after a certain time, so it just has to be removed. What were they used for? Because nature doesn't work that way. So what were they for? What was the purpose of our tonsils? Was it for breathing underwater? So was I a fish? And are we fish now? Because deal with simple things like that. Are we fish now because we are living in an aquarium? And they may ask you, what do you mean aquarium? Well, we breathe in water vapor, so doesn't it make us fish in a sense?
That's true. Technically, when you think about it that way.
People's imagination, it's true. It's true. And why do we have to put lotion? Why do we have to put lotion on our skin? Why does our skin turn scaly?
There you go.
Start flaking if we don't. And you know what you can also do? One thing that would be probably very effective to really get them thinking, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Get these. That's why I want to put that. I should probably put this in a book. For those that want a book, in a book form, because if you show them a book, they'll be like, wow. I think that'd be more.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Plan to listen to something, then read a book, but in a picture book. And then if you also go to Google Images right now, go to Google Images and type in the ostrich people. Wow. You'll see what they look like and how they have been. You saw it before. They have the feet of ostriches. They have 3-pronged feet.
Wow. Like
an ostrich or a reptile's feet. Doesn't that look? Those.
You're breaking up brother.
See, those types of things, they don't show you. Now that
let me ask you, brother, were you receiving a call? No, you kind of you blanked out for like maybe 8 seconds. It's okay, but you blanked out, and I think you're blanking out right now. It always seems to start this time of the morning. That's strange. Let me check it out right here.
Nope.
It just came back.
I think that's.
Yeah, you're blanking out, brother. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, there's definitely something going on. Yeah, he's blanking out. His line is connected. Okay, there it is. See? It's like he was moving, but I know he's not driving or anything, but I'll wait for him to call back. He'll definitely call back. Because I noticed that, when you're talking to somebody on the phone and somebody's calling them, and for that split second, 2 or 3 times or 4 times, it just blanks out. It was just straight across the board like that. Let me just see maybe if he can call me. Maybe he can't call me. Let me see. Sometimes you could be in your own crib, and all of a sudden, it goes out like that. Okay, let me see. Man, I got 56 messages since I started the show. Oh, man, that's a whole lot. Okay, here we go. He might be out of range or in a bad spot in his own home. Yeah, let's see if he calls back. I'm over here multitasking, working on some things, 4 other things as we speak. And when we have these shows where Brother Zamal teaches like that, I can get a lot done. You don't want to see what I'm sitting in front of right now. I feel like Captain Kirk on the Starship Enterprise. But it's all good because it's the work to put in to keep everything going. I'm all in. You know what I mean? I'm all in. So anyway, I don't know if he'll call back, and I know he was ready to wrap it down. So this is what we'll do. We'll wrap it down. I said this will be a 3-day, 24-hour blitz of shows. Sometimes you need a cleanse of sleep. Maybe I'll do that. But we did good earlier today. And I think I'm just going to push through straight and just bypass the sleep for a day or 2. I need that. Then go away for a little while and do some shows from another location, remote. I'm a gypsy right now, moving around, waiting for that moment to come. Run like Kunta Kinte. Anyway, it's been wonderful. I don't see him calling back. Yeah, exactly. But then we can record calls different ways too. You know what I mean? And then put them up on different platforms. And that's why I say it's important just to keep sharing this stuff. Because one day, like I said, YouTube will be no more. And that's going to be coming sooner than later. Even if it's still up. If the whole country's in a blackout, right? How you going to watch YouTube? If cell phones are suspended where you can't make calls out, and you can only go on memory of addresses, what are you going to do? So people will say, oh, these things can't happen. You have faith in the wrong things because look at the world the way it is right now. I'm not saying anybody here because, I made a video at the end of 2018. I think it was November of 2018 that pretty much broke down what's happening now. And I didn't say coronavirus, but it was pointed out to me that I did that video. I came in from work one night and I was just feeling so prophetic. Not prophetic, but just something was on my heart. And I pretty much 85% nailed it. So I'm not saying this about me. I'm just saying all of us out here have those connections, and all of us out here are empaths and have intuition. We just need to trust in it because we're so caught up most often in this world order the way it is, and we have so much a trust in the system that's made to oppress us. Right now, I'm out of the system. I got my foot in it, right? But, try to get closer to nature. The degree that we're out of nature is the degree that we're in a bad place. If we're all in with nature, this other stuff can't touch us. We don't have to worry about it because this is our time right now. They want to bring you down with the fear that they feel because they know what's coming. I don't want to add too much on to this particular segment, there was a particular gentleman who left a comment, and he was kind of butthurt. The majority of his book that he wrote in the comment section was about when we knocked out these gay guys, and I suspect maybe he was insulted because that was his persuasion, but he focused on that. Like, wait a second, we can't talk. The show is over. We can't talk a little extra. Nobody else was complaining, but we'll keep it that way. Anyway, do enjoy the rest of your time. I'm going to get down in a couple hours more of work. Enjoy your sleep. You know, that's when I make my most, when I bypass my sleep, but sometimes you wreck yourself up, but it's all in balance. I have nothing else to do except just work and grind and work and grind and do the work and be a servant for my people. So I'm all in that way. It's a different phase of life for me. You know, life begins at 57, right? But I know that, you got something. Yes, definitely. And I'm up for shows and anywhere I am, I can get something done. And I want to get more stuff done. Right now, I'm projecting to get a lot more done. So effortlessly. Okay, I feel the busted enough until you call back. So we'll have him wrap it down. Brother? Yes.
Hey, I don't know what happened, man.
I don't know either, man. I really don't know. But I was wrapping it down, and I was trying to hold on. I tried to call you. I said, well, maybe you're in a bad spot in your home. So I was wrapping it down.
No, it's just it seems like whenever I'm using this for a long period of time, I have to refresh it or something. That's not normal.
It's not normal though, you know.
No, you should never have to refresh it for doing that.
But
anyway,
I'd rather have you
get the message out.
Yeah, I'd rather have you because we're still live. I'd rather have you give the finishing touches on your teaching, and that's what I kind of hung around for. So
okay,
everybody's still here.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll see if they have any other questions, and then I'm gonna get on off of here. Can they hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I don't see what are they saying in the chat?
Yes, they're pretty much signing off. Yeah, they're pretty much signing off. Because you were going for a little hot minute, so. But like I said, everybody's going to utilize the chat rooms and stuff, the comment section. Yeah, Ebony Williams, the agents, they're always there. But I'm going to make them tired because they got to sleep sometime and they got to do other assignments sometimes. So let the agents roll with a person who got 24 hours to play with. They got to sleep. They got to work sometime. You know what I mean? So it's good. Part 1 is in the description area below this video. You can look there now and get the link. It says part 1 and it has the exact same title. You can get it there. And, he got cut again. Yeah, this is, it always happens with him this time of night. So I'm going to wrap it down and I'm going to play some music. And I got another project I'm working on right now and I will get my rest. I'm not going to stay up on, I give the agents a break. Anyway, let me take these other headphones off. Hold on. I got 2 pairs of headphones on my, working on the morning show. Getting some graphics going on. Anyway, thank you so much. Yeah, and part 1 is great. Brothers, I'm all really, you really put it down. So, thank you, We Life. Yes, so listen, get your rest. We get a couple shows in. In the late morning we'll do the Elegy morning show. I have a couple more shows I want to do. I got some footage outside to get tomorrow. I want to do a record-breaking day with footage and come on in and do a nice group conversation. Brother Kwaku, he's due. Would have been early, but I think he had something else to do because he's a very, very busy man, and he does all kind of great work like that beautiful fence work that you saw customized behind me in my videos when I'm outside. And I was going to do one of those with the sun went down so fast and the mosquitoes were looking for me. So I kind of avoided it, but I'll do 2 or 3 of those tomorrow. Anytime you have any topic or anything, text me. If there's a story that breaks or whatever, you want us to talk about it on a group level, because we can do conference lines and stuff. We can do Zoom, the conference lines. There's a couple of different ways I got that we can bring ourselves together. The bottom line is bringing ourselves together and getting the information. And like I said, eventually, very soon after, the big surprises come, some point this year, I want to make it 24 hours. I'm going to make everything 24 hours. I got a good team lined up, and they're sincere about it. There's no ego involved, and we'll do things 24 hours from all over the world, and that's the goal. We're going to make that happen, and I got a whole lot of surprises coming. Really a life's dream. Since I've been doing this for 20 years, it'll be the next level, and that'll be where it would take us to, so to heck with CNN, to heck with headline news. They're going to have to deal with us all over the world, melanated people holding hands. It's going to be a big move, and it's going to be something that will run smoothly. And I'm really looking forward to that. Just so many different countries and so many different points of view to be made aware of what's going on in the different countries where we dominate, and even the countries where we don't. We want to hear from stolen Africans in the UK. We want to hear from them in Zimbabwe and Gambia and South America too. And we do have a few speaking engagements in the motherland if we can get over there. And I'd like to go back there and visit again. And we're working along with some people, Nigeria, South America, Kenya, and I'm just going to shut up on that, and I'm not going to just talk. I'm going to show. We're going to show. You say, wait a second, he touched that over there again? How did he do that? Anyway, it's been wonderful. So I want you all to have a good night, and we're going to sign off, and we'll be back early tomorrow. Peace. yes. Join us over there at 407-801-7071. We got Brother Hollow over there speaking about religion and spirituality, all that good stuff. So just join. We're over there right now. I'll play a few more songs, and we're gonna play a few more songs. Let me just jump back. Okay, here we go. All right. Keep coming mighty.
Uncensored conversations with the boldest man on the net, LANCESCURV.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to do a little more. We didn't forget these. Here they come.
You see what I'm saying?
Everybody's in fear, though.
That's what I'm saying. So it's strictly a place of fear that we're operating from. And the fact is that we're not going to get out of that place. And even sometimes when I speak, and some people will look at me and say, man, you got to be careful of what you say. And I tell people, please do not tell me to be careful in what I have to say. I am not afraid to speak. I am not afraid because, look, I am here to do work. The fact is that when I go to my job, I don't just stand here and look at my job and hoping that it get done in some other way. So the job that I'm here to do, I am doing. I don't want anybody to sit and say, oh man, I'm worried about this. Don't worry about me. I don't want people to go around and worry when is white supremacy going to get him. These are the things that they want you to think. These are the places that they want to put you in.
Paralyzes.
You see what I'm saying is, that's why we don't do nothing. We see our sisters being beaten down in the street as a strong black man, and we stand here and we look, and all we can do is take up our phone and videotape it. And what happened after that? You see what I'm saying? We see these things, and yet we are paralyzed by them. But the fact is that here's where the danger comes in. The danger comes in because I will look at you, okay? Give you a scenario. Here's a white guy over here. He's got a lot of food, even food that he's just wasting. And you have a gun, but you ain't going over there to rob him. But here is it that me or you who live right next to him, who hardly can find enough to eat and feed the family, that's who he's coming to kill. So what does that say to you now? You see, this is so much self-hate. It is so much self-hate that is within you or me that is going to destroy the other person who look like you or me. And the food, all the food is over there. But you won't cross that line to go and get the food that you need. You're gonna cross the line to take away what this other person hardly even have. Because you hate yourself so much that you figure if you destroy yourself, then it's good for I don't have to worry about this God that's living over there, because the God ain't gonna give me no food, and if you don't volunteer to give me no food, I'm not gonna go over there to take it. That's what I'm saying. So that's the place that we live. That's the place that we live. And so we have to stop feeding into this narrative where we are living in such fear that when a brother starts to speak truth to power, we're ready to say, oh man, hush, hush, hush. I don't want the prisoner to come in and get you next or to get me. So be quiet, see, just don't say anything. Be careful what you say. And that's where we live. That's a very dangerous place to live. It is. But the fact is that we can't see that because we're so caught up. We're so caught up, and we are hoping that we just wake up one day and everything magically change. And that is the thing where all of our people, a great deal of our people, is waiting for this magical person to come out of the sky and fix everything for them. That's what I'm saying. It is no magical person that is going to fix it for you. When you have a problem in your house, you must be the one to fix it. You see, what I'm saying is, I'm dealing from a place of logic. I'm not dealing from a place of imagination. Because a lot of us, we're dealing from a place of imagination. And that's where the problem comes in.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and fire water. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise. On his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.